You ready, Jerry?
I'm ready.
Just want to make sure you're ready, brother. Show me the money.
Oh, you didn't know?
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
You put my shoes on, you wouldn't last a mile.
Summertime, wintertime, I'm on the grind. Yeah, I got the ring, I'm the champ, I'm the genie of the lamp.
This is the gift I was given, so I just live by my hustle.
If I can't do it, homie, it can't be done.
VIP be put in my pocket, it don't make sense, but don't make a profit. So I hustle, ladies and homies. Make money, money, money.
It's hard out here for a pill. Really tryna get this money for the real.
I want to find a thing to save my life, so I hustle.
It ain't over for me. No, it ain't over for me.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Show me the money!
Okay, let's go.
What up? It is Alex. Just only having flowers over there. And then you think about like the NFC. It's like I don't know if they want to trade him within the NFC. Also, would they care? It's not like they're going for a Super Bowl or anything this year. So would they even really care? And PJ said Cup to the Steelers makes too much sense. Dude, it makes so much sense that it will never happen because of it, right? Like, man, the Steelers never fucking do anything cool like that. Never. Like, if they actually did it, though, that would be insane because you just think about, the last couple years, it's Deontay Johnson and a fucking George Pickens, and that's it. And, George Pickens, like, he's all right. But like he's no number one, like he's no legit number one, just like Deontay Johnson's no legit like number one. You get someone like Cooper Kupp, that takes a potential playoff team, the Steelers are always fucking making the playoffs. So let's say it takes a team that's like 5-2 right now, who looks like they're a shoe-in for the playoffs, and potentially turns them into some team that makes the conference championships. Legit could be that. And Toker once, I'm good with our arrangement. I was under the impression as long as I submitted my trade before the week started, we'd be good. Maybe going forward, no trade should be allowed until the mandatory trade process. Well, most people have been sending it on Tuesday. Wednesday is the deadline. So that's why I said it was up to you. If you would have said, no, I want this person, I would have reversed it. I appreciate you, pivoting. Because, I understand. And next year, it's going to be just Tuesday because, that has nothing to do with this year. It's still Wednesday. Anybody who gets their trades in by Wednesday. But what I've noticed is when I say Wednesday, man, I've seen some people carry on. And, like, I've even had people trying to get in on Thursday. And I'm like, dude, like, it's already, like, waiver wires, like, because, everyone should be able to make waiver wire moves based on the trade that they make, and it's kind of not really the case. Like right now, I try to I try to post like every single time on Tuesday, just like reminding everyone, get those trades in. I understand people are busy, so that's why I kind of left Wednesday as a what's it called, as an option. But yeah, even this one, like specifically, like this is just like reminding me, like it's got to be done on Tuesday because it, and nothing's gonna change this year. Nothing's gonna change this year. I'm just saying, like in the future, like next year and beyond, I feel like I got to change it to where it's just Tuesday only. And so smoke another doobie and chill. And Higgins is dope though. Higgins is probably better than Walker at the end of the day. I just got Derrick Henry stolen from me. So that's why I tried to make a move fast. Chris in the house. What up? Just said I'm hoping the Bucks just lost Godwin, have Baker. That'd be interesting. It's weird how we very rarely see like inter-conference trades with these big name guys. What a big Bando said, almost dropped him in multiple teams, but held on to him. Realistic thoughts about Hopkins now. I think that Hopkins he's definitely lost more than a step or two. This is not the Hopkins of 5 years ago, you know. He doesn't look as fast as he did. I mean, he's got good hands, you know. That's never changing. Well, at least not changing as of right now, but yeah, it is just interesting. How about that? Just interesting. But I don't know. I don't really know if anybody wants DeAndre Hopkins. Mini Moneymaker, what up? What do you think about BTJ Cup for JJ? I like it. I like it. And Frank said McBride, Hawkinson, or Kraft. Ooh. Let's see. McBride versus the Dolphins. That's not bad. I do get nervous when people go down to Miami. If it's not a team that's like super, super competing, people go down to Miami and start fucking off. And a lot of times it translates to the field, and especially West Coast teams going over to Miami. You go over there, you're fucking partying all night. You know, it's just doesn't bode well. Okay, let's see. Hawkinson. Yeah, have we got the specific like news that he's actually starting this week? I don't think that we have. Maybe I missed it. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. I'm gonna say Kraft here. Kraft mac and cheese going against the Jaguars. Jaguars are giving up some of the most points to the tight ends, and I'm almost positive that over the last 5 weeks that they've been giving up the most points to tight ends. Let me see. Tell you right now. Yep, and I'm right. Literally the last 5 weeks, the Jaguars are giving up the most points to tight ends. So Kraft mac and cheese, we are getting in there this week. And Chris said, you probably don't remember, but I told you my boy was Brian Thomas Jr. going to ball this past weekend. Hell yeah, bro. It was just like I said. People got to have the balls to play people on in the London games, because we see that there's fluky people and we see those Brian Thomas Jr. There we go. And Andre said, how are you feeling about Kyren this week, Huss? I'm scared the Rams to get blown out. It's a Thursday game. The Rams are at home, but the Vikings are like, I mean, they're one of the worst teams to deploy your running back against. Let me go see how bad they've been. Like, so right now, they're the fourth. They're giving up pretty much like the fourth lowest points. Okay. Let me see if I take out week 1 and 2 from that, if that changes anything. If I take out weeks 1 and 2 from this, they're the second worst. They're giving up the second lowest points to running backs. And that's including the Gibbs game as well. The only team that's giving up less points to them is the Kansas City Chiefs. So I'm going to say, because of this Thursday night game and the Vikings, I'm going to say we should be looking to sit Kyren if you have a decent option, mainly because nobody's on bye this week. So we should have more options at our disposal. But yeah, I would be very nervous about playing Kyren Williams this week. PJ said, Hush, you seen the new Coleman commercial? Shit's hilarious. Should be the official mascot of the Hustler cast. Oh, let's go check this out. I like the sound of that. All right, hold up. Let me get this on here. Tucker 1J, I like the idea of Cup to the Saints. Yeah, but I think now, I mean, probably a little bit different when like it seemed like the Saints were going to win the Super Bowl compared to now. All right, let's see this.
Yeah, so we going underneath? I want to go underneath the water.
Gotta go
I'm
underneath.
rookie wide receiver, Keon Coleman. Now I'm reinforcing how simple it is to get. Thank you. Now I'm reinforcing how simple it is to get travel rewards with Booking.com's Genius Loyalty Program. There we go. Let's see this view of the room. I can't tell which one I like more, the ambiance or the decor. I still don't know. So I can't never give you an answer. Cut. The Genius Loyalty Program offers you discounts on all sorts of things, even car rentals and hotels. Yeah, so we going underneath? I want to go underneath the water. All
right. That shit's. Oh, fuck. Whew. Oh, fuck. One thing that I realized over these last 2 days, because I did 0 live streams in the last 2 days, is if I'm not live streaming, I swear I don't even smoke a lot of weed. Because like whenever I'm not live streaming, I'm just like straight working. And that's all I was doing the last couple days, like getting just a lot of different shit together, just, you know, prepping things for 2026 or 2025 and 2026 with League Safe and all types of shit. And yeah, so even that was only the second bowl of the day. That shit like made me lightheaded. Literally not live streaming is a fucking tolerance break for me. I think I just realized that right now. Oh man. Big Bando, what up? He said Chubb, Bigsby, Hopkins for the flex this week. Man. I think that I am leaning the chubby one as god damn it, dude. Are the Packers still horrible against defending the run? Let's see. Really, their 2 worst weeks against defending the run, like, were their worst. Let's see if I change it to the last 5 weeks. How they're looking. Kind of middle of the road. So they're not, if you take away their first 2 games, they're not this super amazing matchup, you know, and like now when we're through week 7, you know, I like to look for the trends and stuff. And like, it pretty much has been a trend that they haven't been giving up top points to the running back since week 3. You know, versus what's his name might be a little bit versus Joe Mixon this past week. You know, maybe that's a little bit different. But I don't think Bigsby's just, man. I guess I probably would still play Bigsby over Chubb just because, I mean, they got the Ravens. And we know that the Ravens are one of the more tough running backs against the run. That, man, you know what? They're kind of like the exact same. And I think that's just why I'm going to play Green Bay with Bigsby. Yeah. Who the hell did the Browns play this past week? The Bengals, right? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to play Bigsby in this one. Joseph says, should I trade Garrett Wilson plus Olave for Cooper and T. Higgins? No. And you're 6-1? No. Don't do it. Improve your team. That doesn't improve your team. Might even make it worse. Boston, what up? Boston Red Bulls said traded Debo and Juwan for Devonta. Is that a dub? I mean, you know, there's a bunch of people who like because he got his damn near 0. Like people might say no, but I like it. I don't think Debo's gonna play this week. I mean, Juwan, man, yeah, you know, like he's all right. But yeah, I think I'd rather have the I think I would rather have what's it called? Devonta. Yeah. JD. I got Cooper, Pickens, Nico. I don't have enough spots. Wait, do I package wide receiver and a running back for a top 5? Or am I good? I mean, I'm always trying to package players to go after like the top people. So I'm just, doesn't matter how good you are, you always keep doing that. But you don't want to trade your best players. That's where people get my message usually a little bit confused, is like they try to trade their 2 best players for like one really, really good player. You got to figure out how to trade 2 of your mid-level guys for a better player, or 3 of your mid-level guys for a really good player. That's what you got to do. Don't trade your best players to get an upgrade. Chris said, you change up, bud. He said, no coughs today. No, I think it was really just the last 2 days of not live streaming. I like saved like 10 hours worth of live stream on my voice, you know? Corey said, would you consider Hopkins a borderline flex play? I mean, maybe, only because they're probably going to be losing so bad to the Lions that they're going to have to throw a lot. Corey said, Tua or T-Law? I'm going Tua, man. T-Law's been whatever, and the Packers have not been whatever, especially their secondary. They've been way too good. Tucker 1J got Hawkinson, Ingram, Laporta. What do you think? I mean, it's solid. Solid. I like Ingram this week. I hate Laporta's matchup this week, and Laporta is a matchup-based tight end now, so we got to sit Laporta, and if he somehow balls out, we'll feel good about it, but the likelihood of him balling out versus maybe the team that's giving up the least amount of points to tight end just doesn't seem likely to me. And Chris said, got offered Nico for my D-Hop. Feels like a smash, but I'm worried about the timeline on Nico. Bro, timeline don't mean shit. Nico is so much better than D-Hop. Yes, smash. Throw him in your IR. Throw him on the bench, whatever. Because, you know, I can guarantee I know where D-Hop's at on the bench. Trade him to someone who thinks he's about to go somewhere and turn into a wide receiver 1. What up, Frank? He said flex Adams, Pittman, Shakir, Stevenson, Williams. Definitely ain't Stevenson this week. The Jets completely shut him down last week. Adams versus the Patriots. That could be good. Pittman versus the Texans. That's not going to be good, especially if it's Anthony Richardson. Shakira versus the Seahawks. Decent. And then Javonte. Who the hell do the Broncos play? The Panthers. Javonte, baby. Going Javonte. I'm thinking about playing Adams, but I'm going Javonte, man. He's looked too good over the last couple weeks, and it's a smash matchup. What up, Zach? He said, got offered to get Tua and Waddle for Nico. Should I hit accept or decline that trade? I already have Baker and Love at QB. Cup, JSN, Downs, Juwanna, Juju. If it's a single is it a single QB league, Zach? If it is, I'm probably not doing that. If it's not, if it's a super flex, I'm smashing that. But I'm assuming there's a single QB league. So, yeah, I don't know. And Andre said, yeah, my second option is Kareem Hunt, who has a beautiful matchup. I mean, it seems a lot safer, you know. I mean, really, at this point, we're trying to like not get fucked, you know, and like Kareem Hunt versus the Raiders seems like, I mean, that's just a smash over anybody, not over anybody, but over people with like really horrible matchups, right? Like, you're not playing him over Derrick Henry or like Saquon, but like, who else besides Derrick Henry and Saquon are just like locked and loaded starts no matter who the fuck they play? Like, nobody. It's all about the matchups. And Tyler said, trying to get a good trade for Chuba. Who do you think I could get from? Dowdle, Chubb, Stevenson, Moss. Okay, so I'm confused. You want to trade a running back for a running back? I never like trades like that, because what are you going to do? You're going to trade one starter for one starter, and like literally your margin of difference between that starter and starters like this. And sometimes it might not even be like that on your side of the trade. So I really don't want to do that. Like, don't trade starter for starter, like running back for running back, starter for starter. Don't trade wide receiver for wide receiver, starter for starter. That doesn't help you. It wastes your time on a trade that you have a 50% chance of being wrong about. Just remember that 50% chance of being wrong about. And people are wrong more than they're right. Because if they were right more than they were wrong, I would say, man, you have a 50% chance about being right about that. But most people end up guessing wrong about this because that's all it is a guess. So make a more calculated trade. If you want to improve your running backs, trading Chuba for another running back is not the way to improve your running backs. Okay. And Tyrell said it's the Panthers, though. It doesn't matter because he's been doing decent. He's been doing decent. I'm not saying don't trade Chuba, but trading him for a running back is a waste of your time. Because all you're getting is a running back in a similar tier of players. There's no reason to do that. It's a literal waste of your time. If you want to improve your running backs, figure out how to trade Chuba plus someone else for Derrick Henry or Saquon, if that's how you want to improve your running backs. You don't improve your running back. Dude, I've said it before and I'll say it again about Jonathan Brooks. Why does anybody think that Jonathan Brooks is going to be a thing right now? He's literally said in the middle of the season, I'm telling them to extend it out. I want them to extend it out as far as possible. Literally coming off an ACL tear. When do we not want to play players off an ACL tear? The next year. When do players do great off an ACL tear? 2 years later. Don't trade away someone who's been a stud for you because of rookie hype that shouldn't even exist right now. He's barely even practiced with the team. Zach said Kyren might have a big week. Jahmyr Gibbs ran all over the Vikings last week. If you want to take the one person that did that out of every running back that they faced and say that that's the more likely thing to happen, you could do that, but I'm going to try to save people from themselves on doing that because they said last week that Gibbs is the first running back to score on the Lions outside of the red zone. So let's just remember that. Like first running back to even break off one big run against them. That's it. One big run against them. And that's the only time that that's happened. So I'm not going to play those odds. I'd rather play the winning side of the odds. And if he has a good game, cool. I'm not saying I'm going to start bums over him. I didn't say that, but I said if there's someone with a decent matchup, I will. And Frank said Goff, Love, or Burrow. Man, all of them. Goff and Burrow have horrible matchups. I'm going to go Love, man. Versus the Jaguars. Yeah, dude, fuck yeah. Yeah, Love, man. And Joe said traded Nakobe Dean, Quentin Lake for Keenan Allen, Juwan Man Jennings, and Adam Thielen. I mean, I like it, but you just traded away 2 boss IDPs for someone who still might not come back for 3 weeks in Adam Thielen, someone who I hate in Keenan Allen because he always gets hurt, and then Juwan Man Jennings, who's hurt right now. I'm not mad at it. But Nakobe Dean has been killer, and Quentin Lake has been killer. All those guys on the other side have not been. So that's my issue with it. But of course, the offensive guys have more value. So good job to you for moving a couple IDP guys. If it was me, I would have tried to move a couple lesser IDP guys, but trade more of them if possible. Or maybe throw in a flex guy plus those and then aim for a higher, tier of guys. And so Drop TV said Cup to the Bucks might happen. I don't know about all that. But, I mean, it makes sense just because they lost. It makes sense because they lost everybody, and they said Mike Evans is not playing this week. They already ruled him out. But I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. And PJ, the ambiance or decor. Oh, man, dude, that shit make me laugh. I don't know which I like more, the ambiance or the decor. So I'm just not even going to say nothing. And just the first thing I thought is, I don't even know what ambiance or decor is. So that's why I'm not going to pick one. Took one helm working, got to focus. All right, it's fired up, bro.
All right. Fire them up.
Zach said Bateman or Bigsby. I'm leaning Bigsby right now. Things may change, though, as we hear more news about Zay Flowers. And what up, Boston Rebels? Said trade Purdy and Mixon for Lamar and Pickens, and then trade Devonta and Brooks for a better RB. I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot of trades that you're talking about here. And like you only gave me like a couple like you didn't give me like all the players, but I'm just gonna say you're 6-1. You need to make more calculated trades, bro. Like if you're 6-1, stop making bullshit trades like this where you're trading even players for even players. You're 6-1. You hold all the cards. The person you're trying to trade to, what are they? 1-6, and they're trying to tell you, give me Purdy and Mixon. No, that's not the way that it works. You're 6-1. You should have a bunch of good depth. You want to trade like Purdy and like not Mixon, like Purdy and maybe someone else, like who's like a bench player or, you know, to you, because you should have bench players that should be starters on other teams. If you don't, you're probably a lucky 6-1, and I wouldn't make cute moves if you're a lucky 6-1. Chef Rand said, Titan said, burn this motherfucker to the ground. Remember it, Harold did Kumar? Just thinking about those little White Castle burgers. This makes you want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Pookie, let's burn this motherfucker down. Fucking Anthony Anderson's so funny. And Sir Drop Slot, ET might play. I'm not even sure who that is right now. Who's ET? Toker 1, Deploy, Caleb, Bo Nix, Baker, Carr. Fuck, man. Carr's not even gonna play unless you know something that we don't. It says just an outside shot that he even plays. I'm gonna say Caleb and Baker. Seawolves in the house. What up? What up? Andre said, wonder how Puka does his first few games back. I mean, shit. Is he even gonna come back? No, I'm just kidding. I know he's going to, but yeah, it's taking forever. And Quincy dropped Tank Dell for Jennings. Yeah, sure. He said, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm fine with that. Tank Dell's been so hit or miss. JPZ, what up, bro? Said, man, I've been missing the past 4 days episodes. I fucked around, went and blew 500 this week. Oh, man, so I'm convinced. I'm convinced it's because I didn't tune in like usual. Oh, man. And Seawolf said, may need to drop a running back if Pacheco returns this week. Pacheco's not returning this week. He said, who would you drop? Mason. I mean, he's not returning this week, so I'll just do you a favor and not answer that because he's not going to return this week. I don't even think he's been designated to return from IR yet. And even if he is designated to return from IR, there's still 3 weeks that he could still be on IR. Quincy said, start 2, May, Wilson, Tua. Wilson and Tua. Joe said, drop Joey Bosa for Jennings. Thoughts? Dude, Joey Bosa is nothing but a bum, man. Get his ass off of your team. The only reason I haven't dropped him in the dynasty is because we have like 50-something roster spots. I'm like, man, this guy's a bitch. Can he come back and do something so I could trade his ass?
Because I'm too old to waste my time trying to train a no-good loser like you. You bum!
JD said I had to pick up Auden for Goddard being out last week. Unfortunate for Evans and Godwin owners, but I got so lucky. Hey, man, glad you listened, bro. Corey said Chubb for Mike Evans a good deal. Not right now. Not that he's hurt. Like, he's not even going to play this week. He could be an IR candidate. This is not the time to trade for Mike Evans. So, no, you want to trade for somebody else. Chris said stash Keaton Mitchell or Mostert as the RB4. Probably Mitchell, but it's just because Mostert really hasn't done shit. So, yeah, I would, Mitchell. Zach said it's a single QB league. Should I counter that? I mean, is he just trying? Like, that's one of the things that I've noticed with people. Like, there's some times where people are just like, I need to trade Tua. I'm going to put Tua in this trade with this person all the time. You know, like no matter what. So that's what you got to find out. This motherfucker just trying to trade you Tua when you got all that. Because I'm not saying like Tua's bad, but you know, you already have all those guys. Like you don't need to trade for Tua and like give up a decent player. So that's where my head's at on that. Big said Winston or Minshew. He said my life is a pain in the Debo league, bro. Not as much as mine. My fucking 2 quarterbacks are Deshaun Watson and Aiden O'Connell. And Zach said I really need to make a trade in that league. I've been losing. Then you got to make a different trade, man. You got to trade like one of your best players for like 3 people. Go look at your points for and your points against. Tell me how you align on those. Your points for and your points against. Tell me where you match up on those. And hey, what up, John? He said, totally agree. Hate those starter for starter trades, the 1-for-1s. Why? He said the other side is why is the other guy offering me that trade? Does he know something that I don't? And shout out to John in the house. What up, bro? That's our man Jerry Swallows and Sleeper, for those who don't know. And Flash, what up, bro? He said, I feel it, man. I just traded for Cooper Kupp last week. I feel like he's going to go to Carolina or some dumb shit. I feel it. It ain't going to be Carolina. I can guarantee you that. Like, you got to think of a team that is like literally Super Bowl or bust. Like, that's the only type of team right now that would entertain Cooper Kupp, a Super Bowl or bust team, to where trading a 3rd round pick for Cooper Kupp don't mean shit because he could win him a Super Bowl. If it is legit not a Super Bowl contender, I would just like literally think that no team is going to make that trade. The injury history is just too crazy, man. It really is. And hey, Sir Drop TV, appreciate you, my brother. I said I'm broke, but here you go. You're the man, bro. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. And he said, oh, ETN for the Jags. Okay. If you would have put ETN, then I would have known exactly who you were talking about. So let me go back and see. Who did you say? Hold on. Oh, that ET might play. Okay. We'll see. I mean, that's why I say never take a Wednesday answer as a final answer. Never take a Wednesday answer as a final answer, because we got multiple days of information before we make this. And say, who should I target for Otten? Give me more info. What do you mean? Like, you want to acquire Otten or you're trying to trade him away? Give me the context on that. So Drop TV. And Boston Rebels, Devonta and Jonathan Brooks for A-Chain. Maybe. Hold on one sec. And Sir Drop, trade away. I got McBride. Ooh. Well, here's what you got to do. You got to go find a team that really needs a tight end. Like, that's where you start with this trade process. Like, this is one of these secrets that like everybody needs to remember. It's not even really a secret. It's really just logic that people don't really like think about all the time when it comes to trades. So instead of trying to think for like, I want to get this player for this player, the player that I have, don't even think like that. You're setting yourself up for failure. What you got to do, you got to know you got Otten. He's like the hottest waiver wire tight end, like right now, because of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. You got to go look, and it's a great time to trade him, by the way, since you got McBride. You need to go look at who in your league is hurting for tight ends. And it can't be because of bye week, because there's no bye weeks this week. So you go see who's hurting for tight ends. If Otten is better than the tight end that you see, or tight ends that you see on someone's team, they're a candidate for a trade here. Just make a note of how many teams or which ones they are, whether it's a mental note or you literally write it down. And then from there, then you go try to make a 1-for-1 trade where you trade Otten for a running back or a tight end. Now you have to go look, what do they have more of? Where is their depth? Because they're not going to trade you their top player for Otten. If you want to get a really good player, like a top RB, top wide receiver, you trade Otten plus a wide receiver to get a top end wide receiver. You want to get a top end running back? Trade Otten plus a running back for a top end running back. But you have to go look and see who doesn't have a tight end. Like, it all starts there. What do they need? Who do they have that I can take from them? You know, like that's how you got to be looking. Big said the Lions' defensive line's weaker without Aiden Hutchinson. Lost Barnes earlier in the year, too. That might be more vulnerable to the run before. I mean, maybe, but what did they even give up? Because Aiden O'Connell's been out for, I mean, not Aiden O'Connell. What's his name? They've been, Hutchinson's been out for a few weeks. I mean, we could say they'd be more susceptible to the run, but that wouldn't, I mean, it just, that wouldn't be a true statement. I mean, when did Aiden O'Connell get hurt? Week 4? I mean, Aiden Hutchinson. When did he get hurt? Week 4? Like, that's the week that Seattle balled out. But literally since then, they shut down Dallas. They shut down Minnesota. You know, I know they didn't shut down Aaron Jones, but he didn't get a crazy amount of points, you know. And David said, start flex, Kareem, Javonte, Dubs. I'm going Kareem. Joe said, I had Shaheed, DK, Godwin all go down. Got to make moves for a starter wide receiver. Throw it in again. I don't remember what it was. I'm trying to catch up with all this. I'm like 10 minutes behind. And Russell said, what up, Hustler? Said, got to sit one. Aaron Jones, Hunt, Chuba. Who's Chuba play this week? Broncos. It's tough, man. Like, I might sit Aaron Jones because it's Thursday Night Football, but they might be shitting all over the Rams that he gets a lot of run. It's tough, man. I'll say sit Chuba for now. And Tyler said, great points. I'm just trying to stay ahead of the game. I'm 5-2. Rosters, I'm on. I want the dub. I feel you, bro. And I can't even remember what the trade was at this time. Don't make even trades, though. Like, don't make these fair trades. You know, you need to figure out a way to improve your team and improve the other team at the same time. So what are you trying to improve? Let me know about that, and I'll see what I can do. And Justice said, I got Shepard, McMillan off waivers. Should I start either one of them over Ladd? Probably McMillan. Zach said start 2. James Cook, Zay Flowers, Pollard, McMillan. I'll say Cook. And I'll say Flowers for now. Hey, Justice, I finally got my first dub in both those best ball leagues. There we go. Let's go. Maybe you had a tough schedule. We got all the bye weeks that are about to come up. Like, this is where things are about to start getting very, very interesting, especially in the best ball. And Toka One Rattler not starting. I know it's going to be Carr or Heener. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to be Carr, though. CB Dizzle, start 1. Wide receiver and flex 1. Jennings, Dubs, Javonte, Lazard, McMillan, Pittman, Lockett. Dubs and Javonte. Paddock Construction Group. I got offered Puka and Reed for Amon-Ra. Don't do it. Nope. I'd do another way. You trade Amon-Ra, it's like you're giving up on the season. Not saying don't make a trade, just don't trade Amon-Ra. Hassan said, hey there, but and if you're going to trade Amon-Ra, trade him for like 4 players. Got that? 4 players. Hassan said, hey there, I had TNA Wrestling Bound for Glory preview today. Sweet. And PJ said, does 1-6 mean it's time to start ignoring this team? Feels hopeless. No, but it means you have to win. You got like 2 more losses before you're officially eliminated. Well, and more than likely officially eliminated. Make moves. If you only have 1 good player on your team, you need to trade that 1 good player for like 4 players to like the top team. Like, it helps that team on paper, but it kind of weakens them at the same time. And if you can get 4 players for 1 stud, and all those players need to be starters that you get for your team. Johnny, what up? Oh, shit. NXT Halloween Havoc. What? Zach said points for 849. Okay, so, my bad. I didn't clarify. Okay. let me know, like points for, I'm number 4 or I'm number 5. And then points against, I'm number 1 or I'm number 12, whatever it is. Let me know that way. Sorry, I didn't clarify because I'm not sure your scoring system or anything. So I don't even know how that matches up against your league. And Seawolf said, drop 1 for Stevenson on waivers. Jacobs, Mixon, Connor, A-Chain. No. And yay, let him know. Hit that like button, everybody. Let's see how many likes we got on the video. Smash that like button. Go ahead and do it now. We could get more. We can get more. We got 20 likes right now. We need more. We need more. And David said, start the flex. Kareem, Javonte, Dubs. I mean, all these guys have great matchups. I'm leaning Kareem. Flash said, I feel the Bucks are maybe a contender and Godwin replacement makes the most sense. Cup would fill that role perfectly. Bucks OC is former OC. I wouldn't hate Cup in Tampa. I wouldn't hate him there either. We just got to think realistically, though. Like, the Bucks are not a Super Bowl contender. They're not. I mean, they're good, but they're not a Super Bowl contender. And, like, let's see. And look at how they got freaking mollywopped yesterday by a team that is a potential Super Bowl contender. And Sir Drop TV, yes, sir. And thanks for the super chat, Sir Drop. Anybody else who feels so inclined, make sure you hit the $ towards the bottom. Throw a tip for your boy, because I'm here singing and dancing for you guys, right? So funny to say. And Perry said, hear me out. I'm not saying he's going to get locked up, but look at Chase's playoff schedule. Is he a tradable for another stud? I wouldn't, but let's go see. Let's go see what it's looking like. Where are the bungles on this list? Let's see. Yeah, they have a horrible schedule. Week 9, 10, 14, and 16 are their great games. And then 11, 13, 15, 17 are really bad games. Yeah, I mean, it could be bad. It really could be. And then you got Denver in week 17. Yeah, that's tough, man. I still wouldn't trade him, but if you're able to get another person of a similar ilk plus one more player, I'd probably do it. Johnny said, yeah, using 2 players to tier up them is the best way. Yeah, and like one of the things that people have to remember, this is one of the secrets, guys. Listen and pay attention. Get out your notepad. Trading 2 for 1 is a way to tier up. Trading 3 for 1 is a way to tier up. Don't trade your top players in those 2 for 1 trades. Like, don't put a top player plus another player for another top player. You want to be on the opposite end of that, okay? Don't give 2 top players for another top player. You give your depth for these players. Seawolf said Otten, Henry, Ingram. Probably going Otten in this game. David, let me know if you heard this. I already answered this. You said Kareem, Javonte, Dubs, and I said Kareem. Tucker 1JDA saying Rattler will start if Carr can't go, but his projected points are 0. Yeah, but projected points don't mean shit. Like nobody who is working at Sleeper or ESPN or whatever, none of them have fucking any insight on, like, none of them have any insight if it's going to be Carr. And even if they do, those people are not affecting the projections. Justin said, yeah, buddy, let's smoke it up. Justin said, I got Shepard and McMillan off waivers. I started one of them over Ladd. Yep, I answered this. I said, probably McMillan. Frank said, Wandale, Pearsall, Pittman. It's a tough matchup, man. Right? Who the hell they have? Why am I spacing on it? Probably going, yeah, I'm probably going Wandale because you got Neighbors out there. He's gonna take the roles that I traded Knicks thinking that he'd be my QB3. Nope. And Wilson my starting. Now he's my QB2. Interesting. Townsend might disagree on trades, but you said try to find a way to make that trade makes your team better and is unfair to the other and is fair to the other team. Yes. So like the way that you know that an unfair trade is like, I'm going to trade you this one wide receiver for this one wide receiver. It's not a mutually beneficial trade no matter how you slice it, because one player is going to be valued higher than the other. So you need to figure out how to fill each team's void. You need to figure out how to fill your void, and you need to figure out how to fill the other team's void as well. And Raven Show, what up? 12-team super flex, 6 bench. Who wins the trade? Christian Watson, Dowdle, Keon Coleman for Mooney, Christian Kirk, Justice Hill, or Trey Benson. I have the Dowdle side. Neither wins. You win and lose, and like if you win and lose on a trade at the same time, I feel like both teams are just the losers because you spent time trying to figure out like this whole trade, and it's so even, and there's so many variables in here that like you're more likely to lose this trade than you are to win this trade. King D, what up? What up? JJ on Twitch, what up, homie? So I picked up Hunter Henry. While I don't think he will be amazing since May has been in, he's averaged about 15 points. I mean, he's been a lot more solid for sure. And like when injuries and stuff happen, makes him a little bit more popular. Took one J Carr's passing for 2 days and could be practicing today. We'll see. I just know that they said originally he's going to be out 2 weeks, and then within a day of practice, within a day or something, they said, "Oh, sorry, it's going to be like 3 to 4 weeks." I know they didn't say that for no reason. PJ said JSN or Watson full PPR. Yeah, probably not JSN this week. Yeah, Watson, tough matchup for JSN. And JJ, points for I'm third, points against I'm ranked second. Okay, said yeah, yet I'm 3 wins, 4 losses. Yeah, so this means like you've had a run of bad luck if you are third. But I mean, if you're third in points against, so yeah, that means that your team is third in points for, second in points against. That means your schedule has been tougher and you prevailed. The 3 and 4 better days are ahead. So I wouldn't make any cute moves or any panicking moves. Big Breakfast, what up? What up? Let's see. Said, yeah, what do I add on top of Ayuk to get Flowers in Dynasty? He would be a slot in. Well, first off, does the person even want Ayuk? Dynasty is a little bit different than redraft. You know, the person has to actually want them. What's your record? What's that person that you're trying to trade to record? Who's their other wide receivers? And do they even want to trade Flowers like that? Like if they're a winning team, I doubt that they're going to want to do that. Quincy said, and either way, why do you want to trade Ayuk? Like, what's your record? What's your record? Quincy said, would you drop Pitts for Hunter Henry or TJ Hawkinson? I don't know. All tight ends have been bad. If you have a tight end who's not Kelsey and who's not Bowers, you probably need to have more than one because you're just going to be playing this game every week anyways. Because all matchup based. So I'm not saying don't pick up Hunter Henry, but don't drop Pitts for him. Godzilla, Brock, or Caleb. Who else Brock play again? Cowboys. I'm probably playing Brock. Kittle kills the Cowboys. Russ said at the other flex, Dubs in a great matchup. Chuba or Deontay? Probably Chuba. So drop Ravens would be insane if Cups goes there. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's one of the teams that they should be willing to give up. Shit, Ravens should be willing to give up a second to get Cup. Because that could be a move that really gets you over this insane hump that you haven't been able to get over. And JJ says, seems like Mahomes just gets worse and worse each season, although the refs are on his side. Well, I mean, we could keep saying that, but he's literally 7-0 right now, and he's missing his top two pieces outside of Kelsey and missing their starting running back. So, I mean, context matters. Don't be the guy who just looks at the points and thinks that like he's just getting worse. Like Mahomes is getting better. The pieces around him aren't getting better. That's the issue. And and it's funny how people like always blame the refs. Like more often than not, like if it's some random one call in like the fourth quarter that people like, it's like half the people are on one side, half the people are on the other. That means it's not the that means it's not the refs. That means the other team who actually lost should have been doing better in the full 60 minutes, not waiting until like the last minute. And Trone Force, the D-Hop trade has drastically improved my wide receiver room. What do you mean the D-Hop trade? Did DeAndre Hopkins get traded? Oh shit, that was official? Oh shit, I didn't even see this. I didn't even see that. Oh, Bake said you never answered my question. You just laughed at my pain. Oh, I mean, I don't know why anybody in hell would start Minshew. So sorry. Yeah, I thought I said Winston. And we'll see. We'll see what D-Hop does over there. Because he's looked like a shell of himself. And Frank said, been streaming QB in one league. I have Tua and Carr, Jones, Winston, Dalton at the top of the QBs on waivers. Should I wait and see or pick someone up? I'd probably, I mean, if Tua comes back, you don't need to be streaming anybody. And they're making it seem like he's close. What up, Charter? Should I accept this trade? I give up Wandale, Rashad White for Amari Cooper, London. I don't know. It's kind of blah. Then start one, Mark Andrews or Kelsey. Kelsey versus the Raiders, bro. John said I need 2 wide receivers and a flex. Tyreek, Cup, McLaurin, D-Hop, JSN, Mooney, Mostert, Madison. Tyreek, Cup, and McLaurin. First 3. Nerd alert. What up, bro? KJ said I was able to pick up Juwan Jennings on waivers. Should I drop Juju for McMillan? Probably. He said or Pearsall. It's probably McMillan. Yep, KJ, Chief. Frazil, what up, bro? Frank said Fowler or Hines Allen. Man, I feel like I just got to roll Fowler, especially versus the Bears. And Zach, 5th in points for, 5th in points against, from lowest to highest. Okay. So, like, literally being 5th and 5th means your schedule has been, I mean, probably a little bit up or down, right? Like, and 12-team league records 3 and 4. So you're weathering the storm nicely. Like, you don't have the worst record. You don't have the worst schedule of everybody, but you have the 5th worst schedule. Like, that's the way that you have to think about it. The points against being 5th means you've had the 5th worst schedule so far. That means that the second half of your schedule is going to get easier. Like, unless, the teams that you're playing against made trades or, whatever. But more than likely, it means that your schedule is going to get easier over the next couple weeks. Hell, there's a league that I'm in, 14-teamer. I was 0-4. Number 1 points against. And I was like number 4 or 5 in points for. You know what's happened in the last 3 weeks? I've caught in 3 dubs, and now I'm 3-4. There's this one league specifically that was 1-5, and I made a trade to get Zay Flowers because my wide receivers have been like kind of weak. I traded away Worthy, who I just think Zay Flowers is going to be better for. 1-5 as of last week. Now I'm 2-5, and my schedule is looking like nothing but titties over the next like 3 or 4 weeks. I'm facing all the bottom teams, and I could make a comeback. So we just got to be thinking like that. And let's see. Corey, what up? What up? Thanks for the super chat, my brother. Said D-Hop wide receiver 2 now with the trade. Trade Chubb or Cook or A-Chain or none for Terry. If it's gonna be anyone, like, see, it's kind of been tough. Like, I feel like I would need to look at the schedules. Lucky for you, I could go do that right now very easily. So let's see. Browns do not have an easy schedule. They have 3 smash matchups for running backs. Buffalo has a way easier schedule running back wise. So I don't think I would trade Cook with this schedule. And then Dolphins. I mean, their schedule sucks in week 15 and 17, but outside of that, it's pretty money along the way. Yeah, I guess I feel like if I was going to trade anyone, it would be Chubb out of those guys. Let's see. The Commanders, though, one thing that I will say about the Commanders, they do not have an easy schedule. It's actually really, really bad. Like the next 3 games specifically, they're facing like teams that are giving up bottom 7 numbers to the wide receivers, and there's no Jaden Daniels, there either. So I after doing this research, I don't think that I would trade any of them for Terry. No, I would not be trying to trade for Terry. No, Terry could ball, but we got to play the numbers, and the numbers are telling me not to. Nope, I didn't realize that. Like once I got up in the morning, I started doing all this shit in the background, and no, I did not look at news. So yeah, D-Hop to the Chiefs. Sucks for Juju. It's because Juju's a bum. That's why. And Mateo Feo, don't tell me that I skipped your question because now I got to go look for it. And I'm not going to. So you should have just thrown it back in again. Sorry, I'm not doing it on purpose. There's just a bunch of questions in here. And Trout Force Jaden Daniels possibly missing this week. Picked up Tua. Yep, good. Yep. Frizzil dropped Pop for Troy Franklin. Nah. I dropped Pop, but I don't know about for Troy Franklin. Z-Money, do I trade A-Chain with Tua coming back? No, A-Chain gets better with Tua coming back. Seawolf, Stevenson, or Hubbard going forward. Give me the context on the why. I don't like the rest of the season or whatever. Like, I need the context on why so I can give you an accurate answer. And Z-Money, no, yeah. He does better with Tua. Chris, I chopped Deontay for Hopkins off the waiver. You think that's an upgrade or a downgrade? It's probably a sidestep. Hey, stranger in the house. What up, my brother? I said YouTube slipped on the notification today. You the man. What up? Giant said Ernest Jones out of purgatory trade to Seattle for Jerome Baker's and a 4th. Oh, now Jerome Baker's going to suck. Damn it. That's great for Ernest Jones, though. Yes. Thank you, Johnny, for that news. And Will, did you just get the take on Ernest Jones? It's fucking great. It's fucking great. He's gonna go back to being a top guy again. And TJ Laws, Godwin, and Ayuk. Sorry. Hopefully this makes you laugh. Got an offer of Drake London for Kittle, Deontay Johnson. I have DJ Moore and waiver wide receivers. Kittle can fill a hole with Komet. Should I do it? Probably. Yeah, probably. Big breakfast. Yeah, we talked about Ayuk and Flowers a bit. I'm 5-2 in second, and he's 2-5, second to last. Well, you being 5-2, you should be trying to trade picks, not players who are going to be good in future years. You should be trying to trade picks because what's going to be more valuable, Ayuk or your second round pick next year? Ayuk or your first round pick next year? What's going to be more what's it called? What's going to be worth more? I feel like Ayuk will be. And Wesley, what up? Reed or Cup rest of season? Give me the context. I don't just answer rest of season questions like that. You got to give me the context so I know exactly what's going on. Will said Ernest Jones is either not wanted by anybody or is wanted by everybody. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Linebackers aren't like linebackers are just like running backs, like with the way they're valued by the NFL. And Crispy said, "What up?" He said, "Where you been, motherfucker?" Man. Yep, just not on live. Not on live. Had a lot of shit to deal with. Kind of a stressful couple days. Still got to all the waiver wires and stuff. Feel like I need to fine tune. I just need to fine tune some things because doing a 4 and 5 hour stream every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I don't know. It was just taxing me. Like it was just taxing me, I feel. And you know, because I'll be here for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I still got to go edit for like the whole day. So that's yeah, it's got to figure stuff out. Got to figure stuff out how I could be more efficient. Because yeah, 4 hour live stream, and then that's why I'm not even going to do the starts and sits today because I already started so late. That's like I'd literally be spending the entire day editing that video. So, and because there's all the games this week, makes it even tougher. And let's see, Godzilla. He said, "You think Calvin Ridley is a good pickup on the waiver wire since Hopkins got traded?" Well, Hopkins, I mean, Ridley's not doing. His success has not been based off of Hopkins doing good or bad. It's based on his quarterback sucking. So is he worth an ad? Probably, but who would you drop for him? And Peanut Butter Breath, what up? And Mateo Feo, let me know if you can recopy and put that back in. Char said, "Do I drop Javonte Williams for Devon?" No, dude. This is the exact reason why I told you to draft Javonte Williams where we did super late. It's because there was nobody else with any value, and it's because he was the guy over there. Pam says 5 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, so 5 hours ago for me is before 6 o'clock. Yeah, I did not see that news. All right. PJ said Tua definitely starting this week. Huss McDaniels talked about it for 20 minutes at a press conference on who the backup will be. Perfect. That's what we want. And let me see. Hold on one sec. Let me show you this video. I posted it to hold up. I posted it to YouTube, but let me pull it up here. It was Tua's press conference.
Nope.
Why?
Personal choice.
Will you wear a Guardian cap?
Nope.
Why?
Personal choice.
What did your family say about you coming back, and how deep was that discussion?
Nobody, no one's sort of advice had affected anything that I thought in terms of returning. So no one had an effect on it. Had some conversations with my wife, but that was it.
A lot of people out there are legitimately worried about your health and making sure that you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to those that are worried that you might get hurt again, and this is something that's going to continue?
I appreciate your concern. I really do. I love this game, and I love it to the death of me. That's it.
Oh, Kirk said earlier, I mean, it's documented with each concussion, the chance of getting one is exponentially more.
Mhm.
Has that ever been discussed with you by doctors? Not this time.
Will you wear a Guardian cap?
Nope.
So, yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, people act like they're worried about Tua, but they're fucking not worried about Tua. They could give a fuck less. Like, if Tua got brain damage and ended up dying in a couple years, people would be sad. But all those reporters are literally just asking the lowest hanging fruit questions that they can ask. Nobody gives a fuck about him. Like, and you know, it's his choice. And fuck, man, like, dude, these football players are fucking warriors, man. They're fucking warriors. You didn't tell him not to be a warrior. Come on. And Actison, what up? He said, what up, brother? Need RB2 help. Lots of injuries. Rashad White, Eckler, Chubb, Tank, Chase. Pick one. Probably might be Rashad White. I think I'm leaning Rashad White here. Never take a Wednesday answer as the final answer, though. Will said McMillan went for 34 in Superflex. I picked up Tua for 37. Only other bid on Tua is $1. People forget about him, I guess, in this league. I'm assuming it's a single QB league, right? Nobody really cares about QBs in single QB league. They have like very little value, if any. And what up, Dan? He said, need some QB insurance with Jaden looking iffy. Jaden's not playing this week, just so you know. And he said, would you pick up Kirk Cousins or Tua? Tua. Yeah. I like Kirk Cousins. Maybe pick up both. Said Bo Nix, maybe even the convo. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Pam said, are we sitting Terry if JD5 sits? Sorry to say, in this matchup versus the Bears, we'd be sitting Terry even if JD5 was there. That's how bad of a matchup it is. And Libsy, what up? Double flex. Who do I start? Cook, Terry, Monty, Olave, Devonta. I'm leaning Cook and Cook and Devonta. JJ said also, yeah, I got to factor in injuries to your whole team. Is healthy while other teams continue to be injured. You'll be doing yourself you'll be doing better by default for sure. Godzilla. I answered this one already. Zach said he's saying Waddle for Nico straight up. Counter that. No, I would just hold. Well, actually, wait. Which side are you on again? Which side are you on again? I can't even remember now. My schedule looks like it gets tougher. Looks like it gets tougher in a 12 team. Oh man. So does that mean you lost to bad teams that really like had good weeks against you? If so, that means it's really bad luck. Godzilla, Juju's been trash. Always will be a bum.
He's a bum. He was a bum then, and he's a bum now.
Corey said, what do you think about Hopkins going forward? Yeah, maybe he's a wide receiver too, but that's literally it though. Let him know, Crispy, hit that like button. I'm going to refresh, see how many we're up to now because it was a couple minutes ago. All right, we've raised a few, but we can still do better. Let's go. Hit that like button, everybody. Libsy, start Murray or Purdy? Purdy. Murray's gone up against a team giving up like the least amount of points to QBs. Podson, what up? Superflex, you drop Andy Dalton for Will Levis or Minshew? No, I would not. Charter, do I drop Ramondre for Jennings? Who else do you have on your bench? Top 5, Low Darks. Should I drop Mostert for Tracy? Yeah, I think so. I think I would. Zach said my team needs another RB. Only have Breece Hall and Bigsby. If that's the same team that you're talking about, then you shouldn't even be trying to make a Waddle for Nico trade. I know they were just sending it to you, but Austin said, how you feel about the rumors of Cup being traded? I feel like it's going to happen, but it's like, it's not going to be the Chiefs now that we know that D-Hop went there. So I feel like it could happen, but I think it's going to feel like it's got to be like a real specific like team that it happens to. I don't know why. I just feel like it's not really going to be like an NFC type of trade. Ravens need to do it. Brazil said start Murray or Bo Nix. May won me last week. Fuck, man. Like if they weren't paying the Jets, like damn, why do they have to play the Jets like this week? Because I was looking at Drake May's points. I'm like, this motherfucker's done up. I believe this is in the Hustler leagues, in the Hustler 420 crew leagues. It is like he had like 35 points or like something crazy, like 2 weeks in a row, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like he was doing great, and I want to start him. And look, he's playing the Jets. Fuck. Yes, he's staying on the bench. Probably go Murray. Well, let me see. Because DJ Reed and all them, they're coming back. That's just the one game. Yeah, man. I mean, Jets have only given up three decent performances to the wide receivers, but 2 of those weeks have been the last 2 weeks. Caused a pause, maybe. Let's see. If we're going off of the last 2 weeks only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jets are giving up the 5th most points to quarterbacks. PJ said personal choice. He doesn't want to have a big old head. So from what I've been hearing, there's a lot of controversy about the Guardian caps with NFL players because extra padding on the outside doesn't stop your brain from moving on the inside. You know what I mean? That's the big thing why a lot of guys are not wearing the Guardian caps, I hear. And that's why it's not like mandated, because there's no test right now that proves that the Guardian cap will make it to where you do not get a concussion. Also, speaking of Tua, he doesn't look good at all. He looks insanely different. Those concussions are doing him in. Yeah, I feel it, man. Yeah, one of the weeks, the games like last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever, he was like on the like sideline or whatever, and when they were like running back to the locker room or something, he was like smiling. And dude, it looked weird as fuck. Like it definitely looked like he's fucking like he like physically like different. Yes, I'm with you. I said take a look at his rookie pictures. I mean, a lot of stress. He's no spring chicken. Well, so got to figure that Ernest Jones rides the bench this week, right? No, IDP players are different, bro. Will said that league because IDP players, you don't need a quarterback to throw you the ball. You don't need to have your play called. You know, if he's on the field, which I'm sure he would be because they literally just traded away a starter. They didn't trade a pick. They didn't trade, a backup for him. They traded starter for starter. So I would imagine that Ernest Jones is going to be on the field right away. And Frank said Scary Terry, Brian Thomas Jr., Mooney, Bucky, or White. Not Scary Terry this week. I think I'm going. I think I'm going to go Brian Thomas Jr. Kind of iffy matchups on the other side of the board here. It'd be Brian Thomas Jr. or Mooney, I feel. Oh, Zach said I have Nico. Oh, get more for him then. Get more. You got to get more for Nico. If you're going to trade him away, you have to get more for him. He's a wide receiver one that's hurt right now, and you've had him on your bench for a couple weeks. You need to remind people that his motherfucker was a top 12 wide receiver, and go look what he was. Maybe he was top 5, 6 or 7, top something. So yeah, I would be willing to trade him, but I'm not going to give away this guy for nothing. And right now, show me why anybody would want to trade for Waddle. That's how you got to kind of approach the situation, talking to the person if there's any talking going on. Podson said Tua is like my wife when she asked me why I'm 18, why I'm in 18 fantasy football leagues. Personal choice. That's a good one. That got me. Charter said, who do I drop for D-Hop and Jennings? My bench is Tank Dell, Ramondre, Connor, Deontay Johnson, Hunt. Yeah, drop Ramondre's ass, man. Who else do you have at running back, though? I mean, you got Hunt here. Hunt's going to go away in a couple weeks. Like, we got to remember that. Who's your starting running backs? You have 3 guys in there? Zach said my whole team's injured because I lost Rashee Rice and Cup. Pacheco got injured. Yeah. Well, Cup's coming back. Who's your whole team? Like, who are your best players? Who are your best 5 players on your team? Yeah, keep Javante. Frizzil said you should use that soundbite of the dude crying intervention when the guy says, I know deep down inside I still love you. For the players who are asked, but we want to drop them. Find a YouTube link for that, and maybe, because I have no idea where that's from. I'm so confused. But like on the intervention show, is that like what you're talking about? Will said start Sherwood, Dean, Speed over Ernest this week. Speed might not even play. I'm starting Dean, man. Dean's made it to a place where he has to start. It took me a while to like say that because of last year and being hurt physically and emotionally from the N'Kobe Dean shit. He needs to be started everywhere. It's like, it's insane that like he's not, and like insane that I could put him on the waiver wire video and he's available in so many places. Top 5 low dark, sit 1, Chase Brown, Najee, Rashad. Ooh. Who's Najee got this week? Giants, Rashad. Feel like I'm sitting Rashad. It's kind of tough though. Got Pickens in there. Okay. Podson, who do you think Cup's best landing spot would be? The Ravens? Yeah, I mean, because like I said, nobody is going to trade for Cup unless you are a legit Super Bowl contender. And Cup can't make you a legit Super Bowl contender. You already have to be on the fringe of being a Super Bowl contender. So that's why I feel like there's very, very few teams that are going to want to trade for an old ass Cup. You know, like very, very few. And one of those teams is gone now that now that D-Hop is on the Chiefs. Unless the Chiefs somehow do it. And that would just be fucking insane. I mean, D-Hop sucks. And I'm sure that the Titans probably totally lost my train of thought while I drank that water and reading the comments. Hold on, Frizzil. I'm going to add you as a mod. All right, go ahead and try it again. T-Money, trade Neighbors plus Waddle for Connor. No. Need RB depth. I mean, you're going to need wide receiver depth, I'm assuming, after that. Podson said stress is the silent killer. Yeah, dude, stress is probably like the #1 cause of cancer. And like, it's crazy that it's never like thought of like as that. And like, I just feel there's so many people, like I'm 38 and like, I know so many people who fucking got cancer. Like I know people who've passed away from like cancer who are younger than me. And we're talking years and years ago, not even recently. And that stress is a big factor, but it's like, you can't fucking like, there's no way to level stress, no way to gauge stress other than what, like blood pressure shit. All right, let's see. What is this for Zill? Oh, shit. Oh, man. That's a good one for Zill. That's a good one. That's going to be a really good drop. And Super Dave, what picked up May, dropped Richardson for Tua. Oh, drop Richardson for Tua, Knicks, Lauren. Yeah. Drop him for Tua. Hurry. Do it. Let me know. Put it in the comments when you get it. Just drop Pacheco for Dubs and then drop Dubs for Hopkins. Was this good? You shouldn't have dropped Pacheco. Like, you've had him for so long and he's going to be coming back in a couple weeks. So, no, I don't think that part was good. And then I wouldn't have even dropped Dubs for Hopkins. So, no, I don't think this string of events has necessarily helped your team. I'm not saying it hurt your team, but I don't think it helped it. And Johnny said Nico's right there with JJ 1 and 2 when he went down. Don't sell short. Damn right. RBs are A-Chain, Walker, Henry, Javante. Yeah, fuck it, dude. Get rid of Stevenson. Patriots are quitting on Jared Mayo and Connor. Yeah, get rid of Stevenson. You're good. Abraham said, should I drop Josh Downs for McMillan? I probably would. Corey said, Hopkins or Lockett rest of season. It might be Hopkins because Lockett's so hit or miss. Like Lockett's super matchup dependent. Let me go look at the strength of schedules moving forward. Chiefs do not have, well, I mean, they kind of do. I mean, just week 17, week 10, 14, and 17 sucks for the Chiefs. And Seahawks. Yeah, I would want D-Hop. What up, Fletcher? I traded away Devontae Adams for Chase Brown and Deontay. Win the trade? I guess that remains to be seen because I know we haven't seen the best out of Adams. I feel like we have seen the best out of Deontay, though. Charter said drop Tank Dell for D-Hop. I probably would. Who's all the wide receivers that you got on that squad? If you ever ask me rest of season, should I drop this person for this person? Always let me know the position. Always let me know the other people you got at the position. And Zach said Jordan Love, Brees Hall, Nico, Cooper Kupp, Pacheco, JSN. I mean, you got Kupp coming back, but yeah, I mean, Pacheco and Nico still coming out. Yeah, I feel like if I'm going to sell Nico, like shit, I would want, I'd want at least 3 players. At least 3 players. And the 3 players don't have to be like their 3 best players, but I feel like it's got to be 3 players that can start for you right away. They can start for you, it's worth it. If they can't, it's not. Austin said Bucks need Kupp. I mean, that's what's tough, man. The Bucks need a lot more than Kupp. Did you see how they played last night? They had Godwin the entire night. Logic, hey chat, should I trade Jacobs Neighbors for Kamara Harrison? Don't do it. Too much of an even trade. David said trade Adams for Nico since I already have Lamb and more. I don't like it. I mean, I like getting Nico, but I don't like trading away Adams for Nico. Yeah, that show's hilarious. Mobbing 2 slick. Start 2 this week. Neighbors, Cooper, Adams. Neighbors against Joey Porter Jr. could be tough. Who does Buffalo play against? Seahawks. That could be good for Cooper. And then the Jets play the Patriots. I think I'm sitting. I think I'm going to sit Cooper. PJ said what sucks about Nico. He still have to eat his bye week. Yeah, you ain't lying. When is Texans bye week? Week 14. That's not for a while though. That's not for a while. Logic said, plus I have Worthy too. Worthy's droppable in redraft. He's not good. Not yet. He will be. Probably not this year. And Frizzell Suman May continues to open up the pass game for the Pats. That make his running backs more better now. I mean, it hasn't the last 2 games that he was opening up the pass game, so I'm going to say no. Charlie said my wide receivers are Kupp, Adams, Tyreek, Jennings, Tank Dell, Deontay. Yeah, man. Tank Dell, low man on the totem pole. I'd do it. Mini Moneymaker, Mason or Brian Thomas Jr. at the flex this week. Leaning Brian Thomas. I'm leaning Mason. Cowboys suck against the run. Ryan, what up? Start 2, no PPR. Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, James Conner, Tank Bigsby, Hunt for sure. And I'm going to go James Conner versus the Dolphins, who can't stop the run. Juju's droppable, Charter. Corey, who do you think this week? Pick one. Lockett versus Buff. Shakir, Addison, Dale, McMillan. Keenan and Adunze. I think I'm leaning Addison. Like I said, drafted Lamb and traded low on Chase. What do you mean traded low on Chase? Like traded on the low to bring him back? What up, Matt? Baker, Stroud, and McBride or Ingram? I'll go Stroud. I'll go Baker. Yeah. We gotta hear more about what's going on though. If I'll go Stroud. It's tough. Baker's got nobody there anymore. And then McBride or Ingram. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I forget how the Dolphins do against tight end. Let's see. Yeah, Dolphins aren't giving up shit to the tight end. I'll go Ingram. Frizzell Barkley owner has Ingram out. Jaden Daniels out. And tight end, I'm 7 off for Ferg D. Okay. There we go. Matt said Neighbors, Sutton, Hopkins, bench one. Sutton, dude. I do not want to play Sutton at all. Frizzell Smith for Barkley and still no answer. I mean, make sure that fool's paying attention. Tag him in the league chat. Let him know you sent him one. Podson only asking because 2-2 plays tomorrow. 2-2, Tim Patrick, Yoshi, Van Jefferson, Palmer. Hurting the wide receiver. Other wide receivers are Cup, Evans, Nico, J-Mo. Might be Trey Palmer this week, man. It's tough. Matt said Hurts, Baker, Purdy. Hurts, Baker, or Purdy, and Ferguson, Hunter, Henry, or Otten. This is a start-sit question, right? Not a trade. It's got to be. I think that I would play Hurts, and then I think that I'm going to play Otten. Super said, did it. And saw some schmuck traded Hurts and AJ Brown and Kirk for Jacobs, Hopkins, and Cousins. Yeah, crazy trades, man. And Abraham said, start 2, Bigsby, White, Chase Brown, James Cook, Algier. Would you start any in the flex over Devonta or Addison? I'd be playing those wide receivers in the flex. And I think that I'm leaning Cook and Chase Brown. It's close, though. That's it. Hurts, Baker, Dak, Cousins, Rodgers, pick 2. Dak and Hurts. Hubbard or Swift? I'll go Hubbard. Mahomes or Baker? I'll go Baker still. Nice. Got Tua. Perfect. Just said I got Njoku and Likely and on. Should I drop Likely for Dubs or Pacheco? Yeah. Either one. I mean, it's crazy because like I would drop almost 2 of those tight ends to pick up Dubs and Pacheco, and then just keep streaming tight ends. The Ravens give up extreme booty to the tight end. I would just drop Likely and Otten and pick up Dubs and Pacheco. Tyree said, love Stroud or Cousins. Love, man. Great matchup. Tyree said, McMillan or Christian Kirk. Man, screw Christian Kirk. Let's go McMillan. Ryan said, sit one at Tyree, Garrett Wilson, Higgins. Ooh. I would say Man, this one's tough. Because we know I'm just gonna play Tyreek. Like we know Tua's gonna come back. We just gotta play Tyreek. So he's in there. So now it's gonna be a sit choice between Higgins and Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson balled versus the Patriots last time. Higgins has been balling too. I think I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play Garrett Wilson. Tyree, Kraft, Ingram, Pitts, Kraft, mac and cheese. Charter start 1. Mark Andrews, Laporta, Potty. Mark Andrews this week. Zach, I'm trying to figure out a good trade offer. So you have to figure out where you're strong, like coming to terms with where you're strong and what you need to improve. Like we got to start there, and then it's going to come down to trying to find a couple teams that could fit the bill. Mob and Too Slick think Otten goes off without Evans. Yeah. Hell yeah. Starting him over Ferguson for a few weeks. Yeah. Especially now. I mean, Ferguson's a horrible start this week. Peace out, PJ. Danny said, hey, bro, Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold. I like both. I'm leaning Darnold. Johnny said, sleeper update 10 minutes ago. Andy Dalton not practicing after getting into a car accident yesterday. I heard that he got into a car accident. They did say that he was fine. So we got to monitor. We got to monitor. Either way, I mean, if Patrick Surtain comes back, either way, Deontay Johnson was going to be a horrible matchup anyways. And Wesley said, Reader Cup rest of season. Give me the context. Are you dropping one for the other? Are you trying to trade? Give me the context. Tomas, what up, bro? He said, drop Watson for McMillan. Nice. I mean, said couldn't handle it anymore. Wait, which Watson? The QB Watson? He's out for the year. Which Watson are you talking about? He said, start TJ or keep going with Laporta. I mean, did they even say that he's playing this week? Until they say that TJ Hawkinson's officially playing or officially active or full go in practice, I'm not going to recommend anyone play him. Oh, yeah, Mob and Too Slick. There's a bunch of people who are asking about Otten. I mean, shit, on my waiver wire video for the tight end, I mean, Otten was my favorite pickup, and he's got a really great matchup this week. And then with Evans and Godwin being out, addition by subtraction is going to work here. He's already been getting a bunch of targets and doing decent with those targets. Super Dave said, Hunter Hurst Henry, time to play the game. No way, this is offer to trade Nico for James Conner in London. I mean, you're more on the right path there. Like, you might have to trade Nico and one of your bench players, but keep getting it to where you're getting more starters back, somehow. Because that is good. I feel like it could be better. Let me see, though. Falcons have a really good schedule moving forward outside of week 11, 13, and 16. He's got a lot of good matchups, especially week 17 versus Washington. That's London, that is. I would not be opposed to it. Cardinals. Yeah, James Conner. Okay, James Conner should be someone that everyone is trading for. After me looking at the rest of his schedule, he's got a great matchup this week versus Miami. And then he's got Chicago and the Jets, and those aren't really good. But then after that, weeks 12, he has a bye in week 11. Weeks 12 through 17, outside of week 11 versus Minnesota, is nothing but smash matchups. Seattle, week 12 and week 14. Week 15, New England. Week 16, Carolina. Week 17, the Rams. James Conner should be someone that we are all targeting in trades and worth overpaying for as long as he stays healthy. Like, that's really what this all comes down to. And maybe someone will sell him cheaper because because of that, the nervousness. Crimney, what up? Big trade request. Consider doing it. Offered me Kamara and Ken Walker for James Conner, Pollard and Higgins. Man, it's funny that I just looked this and said that we should be trading for Ken Walker and then for James Conner, and then literally the first thing after that, I did not even plan that. I did not read this question either, so I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say Scotty don't. And Mini Money Maker, people are clowning me trying to get Jefferson for Brian Thomas Jr. in Cup. I feel like it's reasonable. Well, see, the thing is, what's that guy's record who has Justin Jefferson? Like, do they have a really bad record? Giant said, where are these leagues where people are dropping Pacheco? I'd like to join. I feel like the only leagues that are dropping Pacheco, which I'm sure it's a huge percentage of leagues that don't have IR and have 5 bench spots. The leagues that I refuse to play in, those leagues. Zach said, offer to trade Nico for Brian Thomas Jr., Montgomery, and Devontae Adams. Now, see, there's something that's a trade that you would want to make because I'm sure all of those guys are locked and loaded starters on your team, right? And but that has to be a team that can also weather that storm of losing those players. So it's is it a top team? If it's a top team, send that shit. Because you're kind of weakening them a little bit, but in their eyes, it's probably oh shit, I got all these players, maybe. A lot of reasons why. But yeah, but I would send that. Yeah. Frizil, so what's your favorite low wide receiver 1, high wide receiver 2 player that's a must-have? I'm not really sure. Let me see. Devonta Smith. Their schedule is titties moving forward. Shit, Wandale, man, I'm looking at their schedule. I mean, it's going to be a really good schedule for Neighbors, but they're always throwing so much that could be good for could be really good for Wandale as well. Chicago Bears, their schedule is looking really nice. So I'm just thinking literally all 3 of those guys. Ryan said, or I could play Higgins in the flex over James Conner, Kareem Hunt, Mason. I mean, I want to play Higgins, but I feel like I got to play James Conner in this matchup. Tim said Mahomes or Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins this week. Charter start Kyren or Najee. Leaning Najee. Tim said Stevenson, Amari Cooper, ETN, Sutton as a flex. Not Sutton. Anybody who asks me about Sutton, I'm saying not Sutton. Fuck that guy. You got us a 0. Got us a motherfucking 0 last week. I'm gonna say Cooper, but make sure you come back with this question. Bills or Ravens defense? Ravens, dude, you got to. I know it's gonna be Winston who's coming in, but I feel like we still have to we still have to rock that. Zach said the guy said Waddle and Chase Brown for Nico. I'd probably need more than that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, tell him you need more. Or look, and if you have not, go in there to your league chat and tag everybody and say Nico's on the block, send offers, and see what they say. But send offers, come correct. Let people know in advance. Come correct, motherfuckers. And then see, because that's the way that if you get people, multiple people throwing in trade offers, then you kind of use offers against people. It sucks when that happens, but if you got a good enough, if you have good enough offers or whatever, if you had a good enough offer, you'd already make the trade. It's saying that I have to drop players to offer a 3-for-1 trade. Yeah, you would. Your team's not doing that well, right? So you should have 2 players who are easily droppable. If you don't have 2 players that are easily droppable, that means you're just having a really bad run of it. And look at who you have to drop. If the players that you have to drop are good, but they're not good enough to be starters for your team, put those in the trade back to that person and get better quality of players coming back to you. Frazil said, can I ride Otten rest of season? You don't ride anybody rest of season, like especially in the tight end spot. You need multiple tight ends more often than not. He said, drop Ferguson for a wide receiver upgrade or hold on to Fergie. I mean, it's a horrible matchup this week. I mean, it's a really, really horrible matchup this week. Dude, if you can trade Ferguson, trade him. His playoff schedule is amazing. I'm not like looking at this schedule. I'm almost not recommending him until week 14. Week 14, 15, and 16. Those are his only smash matchups. Oh, and Tomas said Watson, Green Bay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's been a headache for sure. Houdini, what up? Start Mooney or Jacoby? Mooney. Let's go. And there's almost no such thing as a heavy run game in the NFL unless you have like a Derrick Henry or a Saquon. And Tim said James Cook, Deontay, Amari as a flex, James Cook. Tomas, TJ if he plays or Laporta. TJ. Tim said JT or Chuba as a flex. I will say I'm gonna say Chuba as of now. Answer could change, so make sure you come back. Zach said trade Nico for Swift, Waddle, and Bateman. No. Too iffy. Too iffy. See who you can put in there. Look at who's all the lowest guys. Like, who are the potential drop candidates on your team? Throw your whole bench in there just so I can see who your bench is. Remind me of this trade again. Swift, Waddle, Bateman, and then put in your whole bench. Next gen, would you start Najee or Juwan, man? Kind of leaning Najee. Yeah, leaning Najee. And Tyree, Moss, Kirk, Ingram, Pitts, or Dowdle as a flex. Leaning Ingram. And Dowdle's a close second. Actually, I think I might go Dowdle. Actually, yeah, I'm going Dowdle as the flex. Podson, who would you drop? Jalen Wright, Roshan, or Vidal for Trey Palmer? Roshan would be the only one that I would keep. I would say trust your gut. If you think one of those running backs is going to become better than what they are because of injury, I say keep that person and drop the other one. Like, to me, Wright and Vidal are both droppable. And if there's a better wide receiver, there's a better free agent option out there, I'd drop both of them and pick up Palmer and someone else. Andy said single QB dynasty, one point PPR. I'm a contender. Wide receivers are CD, Olave, D-Hop, McMillan, Downs, Douglas, Tillman, Wicks. After losing Godwin, I feel like I need a wide receiver too. Tried getting T. Higgins, but the owner wouldn't move. You need to go look at the bottom 4 teams in your league. You need to go look at the bottom 4 teams in your league. Go see who has a wide receiver that you like and go trade a first rounder. Go trade a first rounder, a second rounder, something of that nature. Go do it. And Supa said trade J-Mo for Dowdle and Warren. I mean, J-Mo's going to miss like 2 games. I don't think I'm jumping out the window on trying to trade him away. Let me see what the Lions rest of season's looking like, though. Kind of middle of the road for wide receiver matchups. Yeah, I think I'm holding him, not getting rid of him. Houdini said B-Rob, Jacoby for Connor. Shit, if the person with Connor will say yes, hell yeah. Like, I like B-Rob the mob, but it's yeah, he has a middle of the road schedule too, and his playoff schedule week 16 and 17 is actually pretty horrible. And he only has 2 good matchups over the next 6 weeks as well. Yeah. So if the Connor person would accept that, do it. I mean, send it. And if they do, you know, that's what I mean. Stranger said Orlando Brown Jr. is in uniform practicing, expected to play. Ooh, he said, I know O-line doesn't score fantasy football points, but it's great news for the Bengals players who do. Oh, yeah, trust me. When it comes to the big time O-linemen, yeah, we don't care about them for scoring points, but we care about them for our running backs and protecting our QBs for sure. So that's big time news right there. Thank you for the update. Because a lot of these, you know, a lot of these platforms and stuff, they don't cover defensive players and they don't cover offensive linemen. It's like they'll cover the skill players and, you know, that's about it. So, minimal, I mean, he said not terrible, but not great. Yeah. Super David, meaning running back. I'm starting Singletary and Ray Davis at RB2. Shit. You got a lot of wide receivers. Go trade a wide receiver for a running back straight up. Go see who needs a wide receiver really bad. Jeff, what up, bro? Drop my stash Charbonnet to get D-Hop. I have Ken Walker. Your thoughts? I like it. As of today, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, D-Hop has more value than Charbonnet. So I'm all for making sure that you're doing the right things running back wise. But one of the big things that I always say, I don't like housing handcuffs forever. And I know Charbonnet has a little bit of his own independent value. But if we're talking about at least what we think D-Hop could be, you know, wide receiver 2, a lot better than Charbonnet being like a legit fringe flexy, you know, type of guy that we kind of hope can only get you 10 points a game, you know? So I'm with it. Yeah, Crispy Dalton got into a car accident yesterday. They said it wasn't serious. I don't even know if he went to the hospital or anything. Like his whole family was in the car as well too. So, I mean, shook up maybe, but you know, I don't like, who knows if this keeps him out of the game. And Jeff said Steelers D or the Chiefs D this week. Good question. So let's see. So who do the Chiefs play? The Chiefs play the Raiders. Shit, it's probably going to be the Chiefs, bro. Let's see. Steelers play the Giants. Yeah, I mean, if we're just playing the numbers, what team's giving up more points to the team defense? It's going to be the Raiders. Literally, the Raiders every week have given up a good game to the defense and special teams, just like Miami and just like the Browns. Like if you have a team that plays the Browns, the Dolphins, or the Raiders on defense, defense and special teams, team defense, those teams should be auto starts against those teams. Like Baltimore this week should be an auto start against Cleveland. I know it's a different QB, still saying it. Arizona, I mean, that's a smash start against Miami, even with Tua coming back. Because even when Tua was there, teams were still scoring top 10 on them. And it was Buffalo's defense destroying them so bad that they took Tua completely out. Zach said, offer Nico for London and Connor, add another player into it. I feel like you want to add another player on the other side, and then you might want to add a bench player who's a fringe, like someone that you would drop like in the trade just to make it look a little bit more even. Because no matter what, they'd be getting the best player. And realistically, like, what's that other team? Like, is it a realistic possibility with this team in general? Or did you just choose London and Connor and wanting to go for them because I said go trade for Connor? Or is like, you got to look, that team's got to be able to weather the storm of losing a couple players like that for a couple weeks because Nico's not coming back for a couple weeks, I'm assuming. Crimney, do I offer him Pollard and Higgins for Kamara? No, don't do that. Abraham said Hopkins worth a pickup. Yep. Probably not available anywhere now. But if he is, go pick him up. And Danny, start 2, Wandale, Shakir, Adams, Lazard. I'm going to go Wandale and Adams. Andre said, how are the Eagles receivers? Wondering about Oh, how are the Eagles versus receivers? We're wondering about T. Higgins specifically. So Eagles right now, they are giving up the 13th least points to wide receivers. The last 2 weeks, though, they played Cleveland and the Giants. So those games are skewing the numbers kind of like crazy. New Orleans didn't do anything on them, but Green Bay, Atlanta, and Tampa Bay did. So I would say the 13th least is probably a little bit fugazi, but they're definitely just a middle of the road. Like they could shut people down or they can give up the booty. It's not one way or the other. And because it's like that, I'm playing Higgins. Like if that was like what you were thinking, should you start him or not? My blanket answer would be to start him. It's always, do I start him over X player, Y player, Z player? You know, but as a blanket answer, it would be Higgins as a start for me this week. And Doe, how are you feeling about the D-Hop trade? Will he be worth it? You know, let me go see the terms of that trade. Anybody know what the trade actually entailed? I'm going to go try to look it up right now. But if anybody knows what it entailed, throw it in there. Let's see. Chiefs get DeAndre Hopkins. Titans get a 5th-round pick that elevates to a 4th-rounder if the Chiefs make the Super Bowl. And if Hopkins plays 60% of the snaps, and Tennessee eats 2.5 mil of his salary. I feel like that's a really good deal for the Chiefs. They're not really giving up much. They don't even have to pay. You know, they have to pay something, but they're eating they're eating some couple million of his contract, and that's probably what made it a conditional pick. You know, usually money is what makes it to where you even get the opportunity to get a better pick because of it. So yeah, I mean, it was a good trade for the Chiefs. Hopkins probably going to be better than Juju. Gives them another much needed wide receiver. Should have held out for Cup though. They should have held out for Cup. They would have got Cup over there. That would have been nasty. But they probably had to give up a 3rd to get Cup, which they should have. They should give up a 2nd for Cup, especially with all the players that they've been missing on with their 2nd-round picks. Like, yeah, they should have traded that for Cup. Because, hey, if it gets you back-to-back Super Bowls, fuck that 2nd pick. And but these old wide receivers, you know, to most teams are just not worth a 2nd-round pick. Because it's not like fantasy, you know. Zach says it's saying that I have to drop. Yeah, I think I already read that out. Trade Deontay for James Conner. If they say yes, yeah, for sure. Houdini, thoughts on Purcell? I think he's being overvalued like crazy, but he is worth a stash if you have kind of like a revolving spot. Andre said, Fergie going to deal with Fred Warner all night. Yeah. It's going to be horrible for him this week. And Seawolf said, missed your response. Drop Stevenson to pick up Hubbard on waivers. I would. I mean, is there nobody else that you could drop? Who else is on your bench? What up, Chef? Said, should I drop Singletary for Tracy? I think so. I think Tracy's going to be the 1A and Singletary is going to be the 1B. So, yes, I would. I lost Ayuk. Just traded Reed for Pollard because my RBs are so weak. And I picked up McMillan, right, from Tampa and Purcell, but I want Tracy too. Yeah, I feel it, dude. I'd do that. Tracy looks way better, like way better of a player. Crimney said, oh shit, my other boy just sent me Jordan Mason, Devonta Smith, and Njoku for Pollard, Higgins, and Kmet. I don't like it. I don't like it. You'd be getting the Jordan Mason side, Devonta and Njoku. It's just it's too many pieces for too many pieces. They're trying to make it even for you, and it's making it worse, I feel. Danny said Jaden Reed worth a pickup. Hell yeah, bro.
Pick him up.
Jeff said Wandale or Dubs. Dubs, man. Brazil's going to offer Fergie for Wandale and Jennings. He has them both on the bench, has Goddard. So hopefully he's not a selfish bastard. Yeah, I mean, you know, hopefully they're not looking too much into this matchup specifically. Corey dropped Shakir for Hopkins. He's the last guy on my bench. I would. I like the upside of Hopkins more than Shakir now that Cooper got there. Hey, Big Mac Brad, a guy in my league, is shopping Debo around. You think there's any package we're sending him out of Waddle, Olave, Goddard, Chubb, Brian Thomas? Not, I mean, yes and no. I mean, Olave and Goddard, you know, like, does that person even need a tight end? I like the idea of getting Debo, but it's like, man, like these are your guys, these are your bench guys. That's tough. Just said I got Lamb, London, Smith, Marvin Harrison Jr., Dell Hopkins. Should I drop Dell for Dubs or hold on to Dell? I'd probably drop Dell for Dubs. It's looking like a failed experiment right now. I don't know how he was so good and caught everybody off guard last year, but like it's like none of that is happening right now. Zach said Swift, Waddle, Bateman trade. Bench is Downs, Juju, Tillman, Watson, Baker Mayfield. So remember that other trade that you were saying? Connor and someone else. That's the better trade to me, and I would be trying to focus on that trade if you could. I would try to add in one more player of theirs, add in Josh Downs or Juju. Or both. Like Josh Downs and Juju are droppable. Add a third player on their side and then put Josh Downs and Juju in on your side and try for that, a 3 for 3. Because literally you'd have to drop 2 players anyways. To me, Josh Downs and Juju are droppable. So if they ended up accepting that, that's money. That's money. And you might be able to put a better third player in because of it. Try that. Will said sit one this week. Cup, Wilson, Higgins, Neighbors. Cup, I guess. Sucks because I don't want to sit anybody here. Corey said, unless you think I should drop Ramondre instead of Shakir. Nah, drop Shakira. Abraham said, Jonnu, Darnold, Lockett for Barkley. I mean, if they do that, fuck yeah. Throw in a 4th if they need that. Chef Anibi also got Ray Davis on the wire and Jalen Warren. I mean, both of these guys were on my my running back pickups. They're more stashes than anything. So if you got 2 guys who are, you know, just like the rotating spots, I mean, I'd be willing to pick up both. Crispy said Dalton not practicing today. Yeah. It's still Wednesday though, and he's a veteran. So even if he didn't practice today and the reason was rest, we wouldn't be worried about it, and it would be normal. So we'll see what happens tomorrow and Friday on Dalton specifically, because Dalton got into a car accident this week, if nobody heard the news earlier. Don't forget to hit that like button, everybody. Wherever you are, if you have not hit the like button, hit that like a button. Super said 12 team PPR, 3 hour series. The QB, Tua, 2 running backs, A-Chain, Singletary, Ray Davis, Corum, Vidal. Oh, yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, A-Chain would be the starter. And, Singletary, I guess. Lamb, Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, see, man, he said right as a handcuff, Brooks, IR 2 and 5. You got to trade one of those wide receivers for a better running back, bro. Like, you need to trade Marvin Harrison Jr. straight up for a running back. Got to be a decent one, though. Don't sell yourself short because you feel like you're desperate. Big Mac Brass, I woke up at 7 this morning to the trade, immediately went on waivers to find out D-Hop was picked up 2 minutes before me. Damn, that sucks. Andre said he's in my flex. Other flex options, Kareem Hunt. So it's Higgins or Hunt. Might go Hunt on this one. It's tough, though. Zach said the London Connor team just lost Mike Evans. He'd probably decline that. Well, maybe not, though. If you're Josh Downs and Juju, like that would be 3 wide receivers that are going back for 1 wide receiver. So don't get another wide receiver from him. But literally, like someone who just lost Mike Evans What are they going to want? Wide receivers. And did the guy who has the London Connor team, did he send you a trade? And are you going back and forth with him, or you're just wanting to send him a trade? Super said Marvin Harrison and Ray Davis enough for Dobbins. I mean, I don't know. I feel like probably he has James Cook. I have Vidal. I mean, I'd try it. I'm nervous about, Dobbins. Ram just traded Jacobs, Javonte, and Ladd for JT, Zay Flowers. It's not too shabby. I feel like it's a dub. Roger said any word on Hawkinson? No, not yet. We got to see what happens in practice for him this week. It's like coming up on the timetable where like they have to activate him. So I would assume it's happening this week, but you know what happens when we assume, and I don't want to make an ass out of you or me in this. So I'm just going to say Otten for right now, and then make sure you're coming back throughout the week as we get more news in. Savage Jeremy, what up? He said, is Brittle, Kittle playing this week? Oh, trust me, I know who Brittle is. We don't know yet. We don't know. Super Harrison and Vidal for Cook. I feel like you might have to go someone better than Vidal, because he's droppable, I'm sure, to most people. Not that much better, but got to be better. Of course, I'd drop Addison or Stevenson or neither for Hopkins. If I was going to drop either one, it would be Stevenson, but you better have at least 3 other running backs over there besides him, potentially even 4. Manny T, 12-team PPR guy offers me B. Robinson for Mostert. You'd be getting Brian Robinson. If so, I'm doing that. Big Mac Brad, the whole 10 team. I'm 7-0. I just like going after Debo. Nah, don't do it, bro. Nope. No reason to get cute right now. Stay the course. Jay Schmales. Should I try to trade my Brian Thomas Jr., D-Hop, and White for Robinson Jr., Pickens, and NRB? If you need an RB, it's kind of the worst time to trade White. Wouldn't you agree? Right after he, has a decent game. They say they're going to run the hot hand, and it was pretty much all White and Bucky. I feel like it's going to be that way, and that Rashad White's going to get a lot of catches, because of the no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin. So Jeremy got Ferguson and Njoku. I don't know what to do. Have McMillan and Juwanna on the wire. Try to take Ferguson and one other player and try to trade that for a better player. And then that opens up a roster spot for you, and then you pick up one of those guys. Big Mac Brad. Who would you start at tight end out of Henry, K-Dot, and Ferguson? Otten, best matchup by far here. Senor Rojo, what up? Said I got Purcell and the number 1 waiver slot and 2 and 5. Do I grab Jennings or McMillan? I'd grab Jennings. It sucks that he's in question of he's in question of not playing this week. But I think I'd still go him. Ha! And Senor Rojo, he said, yeah, and you're hitting the ball. He said my kind of pre-roll. Let's go, man. Let's smoke it up. So first time here, Senor. Let's go. I love when fellow 420 crew members, find the channel. It's what it's all about. And check it out. Look at these emojis. They're custom for the channel here. You will not find these on any other YouTube channel besides mine. And check this out. Shit. No one repping the 420 and the 710 like we are over here. Everyone else probably too scared to do shit like that on YouTube. But if YouTube approves it, I'm using it. And they approved all these, so we're using it. Let's get it. And Zach said, I offer Nico, Bigsby, Downs, and Juju for James Conner, Drake London, Jalen Warren. I like it. Because, Putting Bigsby in there isn't the worst thing in the world. Not if it brings you back Drake Connor, Drake Connor. If it brings you back James Conner and Drake London, and then Warren, yeah, a nice little throw in, there just to make sure you get someone else. But yeah, I would, I do that. Sea Wolves drop Stevenson for Hubbard, bench Jones, A-Chain, JT Stevenson. Probably, man. Everybody is they're quitting on they're quitting on the team, it seems like, and like you don't need the offensive line quitting. It just sucks for fucking, and they're not literally quitting. You guys know what I mean, like quitting mentally, emotionally, all that.
You got perfect time. About to start a little puff give in this motherfucker. I'm about to show y'all who the real Puff Daddy is.
All right, fire 'em up!
Roll a fatty for this pimp daddy.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Let me hit that ball.
Other wide receivers: Cup, Dell, Keon, and Worthy. What the hell was it? Oh yeah. You need some more ammo on your bench for sure. And Zach says, want to offer him a trade. We talk about trades in league a lot, though. I play in multiple leagues with them. Perfect. And if you could talk out a trade with someone, you are way more likely to get it done, because you can find out, like, if someone hates a person, they'll tell you. If you're talking to him, like, nah, like this person literally ruins the trade for me. Like, figure out another person to put in there, or I can't make the trade. And then they'll be like, okay, let me figure that out. So it's like, it's way better. I'm a huge advocate of like, man, you should really have everybody's cell phone numbers who are in your league. Like, we literally need to treat this, like that seriously. And I know some people may not want to give up their cell phone number. But we live in a day and age where like you put your phone number in so many places, like everybody in the world already knows your number. And like more often than not, you can almost Google someone and you can figure out what their number is. So I also feel like people aren't that like weirded out about that kind of thing. But I like that idea. And I may implement that in the future. And Super Dave, Lamb for Henry. Does that trade get it done? Don't do that. I love Henry. I want to figure out how to get Lamb and Henry on the same team. Trading one for the other doesn't really help you. Like, it helps you and it hurts you at the same time, trading someone of that caliber. So don't do it that way. You got to trade like three lesser players for Henry, but guys who are like, maybe one person's a starter for you and like the other two are like bench players. But also, like, the person who has Henry needs to be on a losing team for that to even be a thing, because Henry's been balling so much. Like, I don't think anybody in their right mind is really trading Henry, though. Manny, what up, bro? He said, sorry, I meant to say, offer the guy Brian Robinson Mostert for my Tyreek Hill. Should I accept? Okay, no. Not now. Not that Tua's coming back. No. And Jesse said, who you starting in, Njoku or Otten? Fuck, man. I mean, that's two great matchups right there. Let me go see. Or wait, is it? Hold on. Yeah, Ravens. There's only 2 games where they kind of contained the tight ends. And then Otten playing the Falcons. Or no. Who's Otten playing? Yeah, Falcons. I think I'm playing Njoku in this one. Yeah. Papa J, what up, homie? He's at top of the morning. Huss, Trey Palmer, and Noah Brown. Leaning Trey. It's ugly. It's hard out here for a commish. It's getting crazy. And Fendi, what up? Full PPR. Have good wide receiver depth. I'd trade Kareem Hunt and Brian Thomas for Jonathan Taylor. Let's see what Taylor's rest of season even looks like. I don't know. 3 out of the next 5 games are horrible for him. And he really only has 2 games over the next 6 weeks that I really, really like the matchup that he'd be going in. And the next 2 weeks are horrible matchups for him. So I would say no. I don't think Jonathan Taylor is someone that we should be trying to trade for until week 10. If you can trade for him before week 10, do it. But week 8 and 9, I feel like is going to screw him over so much that it's going to lower his value after those 2 games happen. Jeff, would you drop Wandale for Shakir? No, I do it the other way around, though. I drop Shakir for Wandale. And Super Dave sent out Marvin Harrison for B-Rob and Marvin Harrison for Monty off to work. All right, there we go. Let's see how it works, bro. Let's see how it goes. Good options, though, there. Good options. Jeff said, once again, you have the best sound bites.
I know all this, okay? But I do like hearing it, so go on.
You demand, Jeff. All right, Zach said he offered that trade. And see, like, this is how an actual trade process should go. It shouldn't just be, I have this guy and I want to get rid of this guy and I want this guy off of this team. Like, there's so much more that needs to go into it to be an effective trade. But that's why I really tell people that they, need to be here for one. If we're super busy, sometimes it might not even be that easy for me to go into that much detail. But that's why you need a guy like me on your side where you can literally text me. And you know how you do that? You join the crew at 420crew.com. You get on the superstar tier or higher. And like literally what you saw me do with Zach right there is how I help people make trades. It's not just saying who's on your team. Okay, show me the other team. And like, I'll just tell you the trade. It's not about that. Like, you have to do a little bit of like thinking like as well. But I literally tell you the things that you have to look for. And then the thinking comes with the things that you're looking for, So it's not just you get me tell you the best trades to make. Doesn't really work like that. It's more about having a consultant help you through a whole trade process is what it's really all about. And making sure that throughout that trade process, at least that we're winning on our side. The other person may be winning as well because it's all about making something mutually beneficial. But it's all about, whoever I'm helping, our side of the trade will be the best or we won't do it at all. It's just the way that it works. Might not seem like the best side for everybody, but if it's the best side for the team to improve the things that we need to improve, that's what it's all about. Crispy said, I'm still puzzled about the trades in the single QB league. Yeah, I'd be a little bit weird in that one because, I see all the trades and everything. And the guy who's making most of the trades, like, he talks to me about some of them. He's a 420 crew member. And, yeah, I get puzzled by some of the trades that he's accepted and that he's, sent out and been accepted from the other side. Hey, Fantasy Dog, what up, bro? He said number 3 like. So this is on my personal YouTube page where nobody really watches at all. So I appreciate you, bro. You are the man. You are the man. And I appreciate the other 2 people who hit the like as well. Thank you, because sometime that is going to be monetized, and that's going to turn into, just my personal blog, I guess, life YouTube. Like, I don't even know how to say it, but just anytime I do something cool outside of fantasy football, it's always going to get posted there. So you'll see a lot of food reviews and a lot of just not even vacation, but like, when I went out to go do the wafer shit, went out to LA and like things like that. Just more content going to be coming your way. Jesse, yeah. Russell said the Ravens historically horrible against Njoku. Fire him up. Hell yeah, dude.
All right. Fire them up.
And the Ravens have been very bad this year against the tight end specifically. Frank, what up, bro? He said, screw the Chiefs. We'll beat the ball for you. Crimney mixing for CMC. No. What up, Scotty boy? What's going down? Shout out to the NY. And Fantasy Dog, you hear Tua say he loves football to the death of him. Wow. Yeah, these guys are warriors, man. Like, look at what they're doing to their body and putting it on the line. And now we're talking, like, imagine how fucked up he would be if he couldn't play football right now. when he wants it so bad. This wouldn't be good. And Jeff said, if ETN doesn't come back this week, would you flex Bigsby or Dubs? Fuck, man. I mean, probably Bigsby, but like, man, Dubs is so tempting this week. It is such a juicy matchup versus the Jaguars. I feel like I'm split right down the middle. And like I could go either way on this any day of the week. And full PPR makes me want to lean Dubs. Big Mac Brad, start Goff or a Geno this week. Let's see. Geno against the Bills. Goff against the Titans. Oh, fuck. Damn, I'm going to say Geno. This one's tough, man. Scotty Boy said, would you trade Bucky or information for Olave? What? Tell me what the other person is. Okay, Bucky or Olave. That's funny. Information was the fucking Bucky Irving, Bucky or information. I mean, is there nobody else that you can get? We don't know if we don't even know if he's coming back yet, right? What up, Adam? I got Waddle, Reed, Cooper, Brian Thomas Jr. Who should I start? 2 wide receivers flex. I'm gonna say Waddle. I'm gonna say Reed. And I'm going to say probably Brian Thomas Jr. Yeah. Crispy said, I'd trade Higgins, Zach Moss. I'd trade Higgins and Zach Moss for Barkley because that dude lost Ayuk or Godwin. Then he trades Higgins for Wicks, Mayer, and Wilson. Bum. Yeah. I didn't understand that trade. He thought that he won that trade, and I didn't have, I didn't want to burst his bubble because it already went through. Like, nothing that I could have said at that point to help. I would have stopped him though had he said that. He asked me about it first, or I would have advised, like, not stopped him, but like told him, like, no, man, you're crazy. Fantasy Dog, I wonder. I wish Tua would wear the non-stylish protective hat. And I'm a Bears fan. I mean, I was talking about this earlier. There's a lot of controversy behind the Guardian cap, and does it actually like protect you from getting a concussion? And I think just in the vacuum answer is no. It doesn't stop concussions 100% from happening. So maybe that's why they're just like, fuck it. They're just not buying into some kind of, I don't know. It's almost like the Guardian cap's a little bit political. And Crimney said, so ride CMC. Oh, okay. So you'd be getting Mixon. I guess you, just in the future, I guess, tell me which side you'd be getting. I'd want more than Mixon because now CMC's so close to coming back. Papa J, IDP. He said, add Fowler, drop Riley Moss, have Lake and Jalen Jones. How's Jalen Jones been doing recently? Because I feel like I really like Riley Moss. A lot of it has to do with how bad their offense usually is. It wasn't that good this week because Surtain wasn't there. So I like Riley Moss when Surtain's there. If Surtain's not there, he's just going to be like any other cornerback. But when Surtain is there, it's like people force feed the other side of the field, and that helps them. All right, let's see how Jalen Jones. All right, there we go. Let's see how Jalen Jones has been doing. Outside of this past week, week 6, because they were on bye last week, he really hasn't done anything. It's because he's such a shutdown corner that yeah, the only reason I'd be playing Jalen Jones is if Tyreek Stevenson's out. And now that he's had 2 weeks to rest, probably not going to be a guy. I would drop Jalen Jones for Fowler. And what up, Jesse? Who would you be flexing between Smith, Tracy, Dell, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Bigsby? Smith. Right? Big Mac Brad said that autocorrect is messed up for Bucky Irving. Turned into Bucky information. So funny. And Jeff said, should I pick up Jennings or Tyler Lockett? I mean, who would you be dropping? Almost like, yeah, I kind of want both of them. No way. Tomas said Bryce Young just announced as a starting QB. I gotta go look. Don't be fucking with me. I'm not even like checking anything. Oh, he already got picked up. Let's see. If you have to, guys, go make moves because I know I'm fucking. Swear I got Dalton in a couple places. Bryce Young sucks, but maybe sitting these last couple weeks, maybe help him out a little bit. Yeah, there's only one place that I can even add him anyways. But I guess we'll go do the due diligence. Oh, motherfucker. Someone's on the IR. God damn it. So stupid. It's Jerome Ford. You son of a bitch. Come on. Dude. Motherfucker, I didn't pull the guy off IR. All right, got it. Jesus. Only place that I could pick him up, I picked him up. Got to pick him up in the IDP leagues. All right. I don't even know if he was announced as a starting QB. Let's even go see. Yep, there we go. Andy Dalton sprained his thumb in the car accident. Okay, so even though there wasn't anything serious, he did sprain his thumb. And Bryce Young will start again. Now we try to trade him somehow to someone who had Andy Dalton and he's hella desperate. And Frank said trade advice. Got offered Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, Goddard for my chase. No. That's a horrible trade. No way. Not a championship trade at all. And Houdini said I got Braylon, B. Rob, Mostert, Irving, Laporta, Myers. Don't think I have room for Purcell. I'd drop Mostert for him. Rush Lord, what up? What up? Let's get it. Crispy said, why the fuck is Saleh at Packers practice? Oh, man. Green Bay's getting petty. I love it. I love it. They're getting insight. They're getting insight. Love it. Rush Lord said, Johnny turns out to be a better answer than what I'm going to come up with. Off with their heads. Crimney should ask for Zach Moss or Hopkins now that he was traded. I don't know. Hopkins. I don't really like Zach Moss. Scotty Boy said that. That's it. We just crowned him a new nickname, Bucky Info. And Senior. Okay, yeah, just answer in there. The role said check tell victory formation to check his trades. Bro, you know how to tag someone in the league. Go do that, man. And Jason said I traded Tank Dell and Tank Bigsby for DJ Moore and Pop. Lost Debo. So I needed to shake it up. I feel it. I mean, that was a good trade. Pop's probably droppable, but I mean, DJ Moore, solid. Frank said with their new coaches, I see them heavily leaning on Brees. I don't know why they wouldn't. Got one of the best backs in the league. Yeah, you don't want to use them? Makes no sense. And that guy, keep 2. Otten Laporta Kraft. Kraft and Laporta? I mean, it's tough. Why? There's nobody else that you could drop. I'd probably rather drop some random handcuff that you have like on your squad, like over them. Because it's so hard to pick up a tight end, and whatever tight end you throw to the waiver wire, it's going to be the top tight end picked up for sure. What is that? See, Civid, trade Deontay for Chubb. Maybe. How bad you need another running back? Frank said funny because I traded Wilson and the guy for Hill got stuck holding the Jets bag with Adams too. I mean, Wilson's gonna be good. Rush Lord said, "What is it with the Packers Jets love affair?" Well, I mean, it's pettiness at this point. They're like old boyfriend girlfriend. Zach said, "What are the payouts for the guillotine leagues?" Do not remember off the top of my head. Let me go pull up the bylaws real quick because I got it all at a click of a button on the same place that I have my sound drops. It is $330, $90, and $30. $330, $90, and $30. One top 3. And Jay said Papa's droppable. He was going to drop him. That makes, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I know he is, but and so the UK is BS. Gave him food poisoning. That sucks, man. See, I said, don't give up on Pop. He had the flu this past game. Okay. Tried to man up, but was sick as a dog. Okay. I responded, Noble Creations. Senor said his attitude has always been there. Whose attitude? Oh, Rogers or who? Crimney said he's willing to do Mixon and D-Hop now for CMC and Eckler. Get someone better than D-Hop on your side, like on like coming into you. This is how it goes, though. This is the ping pong of the back and forth. So look on their team. Give Mixon and someone better. Give Mixon and someone better. And where's your weaknesses, Crimney? Like, what's your record? What's your record? What's your wide receivers? What's your running backs? Uh-oh, what happened? Dang. There's a trade that happened here. Mark Andrews for Nico and Ferguson. Yeah. And someone said this needs to be vetoed, but it's not. All right. This is in the wafers. So Mark Andrews for Nico and Jake Ferguson in a redraft league. Mark Andrews, I mean, is he the old Mark Andrews? Let's see. Here we go. We got another trade. Christian Watson for D-Hop. What side would you guys rather have? Would you guys rather have Christian Watson or D-Hop? Yeah, looks like I'm going to have a few trades to post about on social media. Puka for Sam Laporta and Pickens. This one's Dynasty, though. Interesting. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting time for trades. But see how, like, trades are happening. Trades are happening because this is like a put up or shut up type of time for people. There's another dynasty trade. Singletary and ETN for Javonte Williams and Ramondre Stevenson. That one, not a big fan of that one. There you go. All right, I got 3 trades to talk about and showcase. Jason, you think more explodes this week like he did to Washington? Who they got again this week? Well, this week he plays Washington, right? You're talking about DJ Moore? I mean, I think he balls out. And Zach said, okay, thanks. I forgot. Still alive in both guillotine leagues. Nice. And I do have all the bylaws in there. You know, if you ever need to go check like anything, like you can always go check that out as well. They should always be pinned. Jason said DJ Moore had 238 receptions, 3 tutties last time played Washington. Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. It's a great matchup. Let's go. So last year, Will said, fair to say it's okay to drop Fields in all formats except maybe super flex if you have room. Yeah, single QB leagues, yeah, droppable. I don't think anybody will think that Fields is going to like steal the spot from Russ like this week. And Crimney said 4-3, London Cup, Monty, Connor, Pollard, Higgins. And then what the hell was the trade again? Yeah, so I feel like I'm not going to make a trade just to make a trade. But now you got Cup coming back. Yeah, like you should only be making a trade with a team. Like, what's the record of that other team before I even say this? And Jason Ray said can't veto. Yeah, that's not a vetoable trade to me. If Nico was playing right now, like then that's like super suspect of a trade. But Andrew's also been balling, and there's a tight end spot in that league as well. And I didn't put it in there, but like, yeah, Ferguson has horrible matchups coming up. So if I had Ferguson in a league with a tight end where I needed to play a tight end every week, I would be trying to throw Ferguson in the mix to try to get someone because it was so bad. Like just looking at his thing. And Z Smitty team. Should I trade Terry and Jacobs for Brees? Already leaning on no. I know you have to overpay for people in 10-team leagues, but like Jacobs is your best player. I'm not best player, but okay, wait, no, never mind. I see. Jacobs is a flex. I might. Was that a trade that was offered to you, or you want to offer it to that person? What's that person's record? Jay said also a sneaky good trade for the guy who gave up Andrews. Yeah, because I didn't even go look who they have. I don't know if they have someone in addition to them, but You know, it's I'm sure Andrews was probably dropped and then he picked him up and then turned it into fucking Nico and Ferguson, you know. Creamy says CMC doesn't come back strong. I don't think I can win the league. I understand. I understand, but you're 4-3 right now, and doing that move probably doesn't make you a championship team. Right? Like who because you shouldn't even be thinking about, is this move going to make me win the league? Is this move going to improve my team on a week-to-week basis? That's why I'm not a big advocate of trading CMC away. Unless you're trade him away 3 players for 1, 4 players for 1. Other than that, like, you made your bed, you got to lay in it with CMC. Like, don't trade him off for nothing, because guess what? If CMC comes back and is strong, then who's it hurt at that point? You. Most of these trades are a 50-50 chance of it failing just as much as it could work. Yeah, see, it's a gamble. I don't know. See, exactly. Blake Cashman confirmed out again. Yvonne base. Oh, man. Yvonne. I would have needed RB1, wide receiver 1 to go. Yeah, see, I mean, it's, you know, it's people getting desperate at certain times. Got to take advantage of people's desperation. D-Hop side, they say, you know. Would you guys sell Debo for Marvin Harrison Jr. on the low? In redraft, I don't know. I don't think so. China said, man, totally depends on D-Hop in redrafts. Yeah. C. Watson Dynasty. Well, this was a redraft trade. Or no. Wait, it was a redraft trade. Pretty sure. Almost positive. Yeah, it was the one that was the last 2 were the dynasty trades that I mentioned. Yeah, so Mark Andrews for Nico and Jake, that's redraft. Hopkins and Watson, that's also redraft. And then Pickens Laporta for Puka is dynasty. And then Javonte Williams and Stevenson for Singletary and ETN is dynasty. And Crimney said he's in first, 6-1. Okay. Well, see, you got to think about that too. Like, so if you trade CMC and that person balls out, they're going to win the league, right? So you need to get like a lot of, like, at least 3 or 4 players from that 6-1 team for CMC, or else it doesn't make sense for you. And he should have that much depth, and those players have to be starters for you. Abraham said, I heard in terms of the field trade that if he plays 51% of the snaps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. That's not the reason why he's not the starter. He lost the QB competition. Russ is a better QB. That's just semantics. Apollo, D. Smith, or Pickens rest of the season. Give me the context on why. You dropping one for the other? You using one in a trade? Give me the context. Crimney said his team's been going crazy though. Said, I don't know, hard decision. It's not a hard decision. You either get your team balling out with getting 3 or 4 of his players that can all start for you, or it's not worth it to trade CMC. Of course, I'm kind of nervous to drop Stevenson for Hopkins, even though, yeah. I mean, is that the one with the 3 bench spots? Let me know. Is it that 3 bench spot league? Broncos defense versus Bryce Young, Huss. I didn't say that I was going to play him. I said that I'm going to pick him up and try to trade him. Sprained thumb. Dalton might be out more than a few weeks. Phil, should I trade Terry McLaurin for Caleb Williams and Madison? I mean, I don't want Madison, so I'm going to say no to that trade. Caleb and someone else? Maybe. Phil, Brian Thomas Jr. at JSN this week. Brian Thomas Jr. Smitty, I would offer the guy in last 2 and 5. He wants to get rid of one of his RBs. He has Mixon and Brees. Well, what's he trying to get back? What's he trying to get back? Matthew says Kirk Cousins or Patrick Mahomes. I'll go Mahomes. Actually, no, I'll go Kirk Cousins. Unless I try to flip Terry and Deontay for Mixon. I mean, fuck. If you can get back Mixon for Terry and Deontay, do that shit. But what are they trying to get though? Like, you talk to him at all? Was he specific about, what he wanted? RGQ, what up, bro? Might keep in Mayfield still. Single QB league, he's definitely dropped in value. And Matthew said Brian Thomas Jr., JSN this week. Oh, yeah. Already answered. Matt, tell me that you heard my answer, okay? Because I already answered that. And Frank, I need CMC back too. I'm 2-5. I mean, we all do, right? We all do. And Darius, I just lost. Ayuk and Godwin. Yeah, it sucks, man. That sucks. CB Dizzle. Javonte going to be the man in Denver in the games, in the good matchups, yeah. Seems like it. Extended mags. I got a trade offer. Should I trade Kirk for Hopkins? Which Kirk? Brian Thomas is a stud. Don't bench him. I mean, yeah, but he's not must start every week, though. Still matchup based. Frank, I benched Brian Thomas Jr. for Marvin Harrison Jr., Benz Andrews for McBride, and I lost. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I hope I didn't say Marvin Harrison Jr. when I was saying he was getting matched up against Asante Samuel Jr. last week. Hope I wasn't the reason why you started at Marvin Harrison Jr. And Draco, you trade away Neighbors for Aaron Jones and Jordan Love? No. You trade away Neighbors for Aaron Jones and Jordan Love. Redraft my RBs, David Montgomery, Eckler, Tracy. Yeah, so you need an RB really bad. Wide receivers are now JJ, Chase, Neighbors, Mooney, Dubs, Coleman. I would try to keep Neighbors and do like a 2-for-2 trade and do like a Dubs, Mooney, Dubs, Coleman. Try with like any combination of those two guys first before you give away Neighbors. That's what I would suggest. Because I'd rather keep Neighbors and give up Dubs and Coleman in a second. Because just the way the volume that Neighbors has been getting, man. I mean, it's hard to go away from it. Because everybody else just really sucks. Like, I mean, Wandale, he's all right. Like we like starting him in, flex capacity, like here and there. But, Neighbors, man. And Apollo said trade Devonta Smith for Pickens. No. Both of them have great, like, upcoming, like, schedules throughout the rest of the season. Like, top 5, actually. I went and looked at these guys specifically. And so, no, I would not trade one for the other. I want to figure out how to get both. Darius said, so I lost Ayuk and Godwin. I got Henry, Saquon, Kittle, Aaron Rodgers, Hunt. I got Amari Cooper, taking Godwin's spot. I got Judy, taking Brandon's spot. What do you think? I think this is fantasy football at its finest. Next man up. Let's go. Keep hitting waivers. Let's get it. I feel like everybody in fantasy football has lost someone this year of like some kind of like decent caliber. Just got to keep weathering the storm. Got to keep grinding. Jake, what up, bro? For the flex, Hopkins, Connor, Scary, Terry. Connor, it's not even close. And Johnny said, me and Jordan Mason, teams are cool with CMC taking his time. Right? There's 5-2. You're Gucci then, bro. Weather that storm. Senior Frog, I don't need CMC to come back. So I've been enjoying Mason. Matthew said, thank you for the advice, but my lineup, JSN becomes number 1. Brian Thomas is a stud, but faces Jair this week. Well, you say he's facing Jair. I mean, he's not going to be facing him the entire time. He might be following him, but if he was going to follow anyone, probably be like Christian Kirk and JSN. I mean, why are you like not thinking that JSN is going up against literally one of the teams giving up the least amount of points to what's it called? To wide receivers. Let's see. Yeah, just because of the last 2 weeks, Buffalo is giving up the 12th least points. They still like outside of these last 2 weeks, they're not really giving up much at all. So, yeah. Hey, I give the advice. You figure out who you play. You don't have to convince me of anything because it's your team. And I traded CMC and I traded for CMC and slept on the Freemason. Oh man. We'll say got a trade offer Malik Neighbors and J.K. Dobbins for Jefferson. I'll be receiving Justin Jefferson. I don't want to trade Neighbors away for Justin Jefferson. I mean, even though they're pretty far apart in like name value and all that. Yeah, I think I wouldn't do that. I would figure out a way to rework it. Corey said the possible drop Stevenson for Hopkins is the 3 bench spot. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, because of that league with only 3 bench spots, pretty much anybody you drop is going to be a waiver wire pickup, right away. But it also depends on the other teams. Like, it's a crapshoot. That's why it's just crazy in general that there's only 3 bench spots. Frank said, no, Hush, you're good, man. I appreciate your insight. I like Marvin Harrison Jr.'s over Brian Thomas Jr. now. He said, I'd say they're neck and neck. Yeah, I mean, a lot more closer than a couple weeks ago, right? Brian Thomas Jr. has been killing it. And Drake, what kind of RB you think I can aim for with Coleman Dubs package? Not a lot of people are desperate for wide receivers in the league. If not a lot of people are desperate, then probably nobody. You always have to be realistic with that fact that if they're not needing something, it's kind of hard to make a trade in general unless someone's needing something. Do you think Atlanta has a good defensive matchup for Baker and the Bucks? I think it will be I mean, let me tell you what the Falcons are as far as giving up points. So the Falcons, they're giving up the 20th least points. So what would that be? 20th least is like what, the 12th most? Giving up like the 12th or 13th most points to quarterbacks. So yeah, I mean, it's a good matchup. I mean, it was a crazy Kirk matchup, like that game. Like I don't remember Baker doing insanely well in that game, but let's go see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I remember he did good, but I mean, it wasn't like Kirk Cousins. And okay, so yeah, he had 29 points. It was because of those 3 touchdowns though, because he only had 180 yards passing, and then he ran for like 40 something yards. But yeah, I don't think Baker's just like an absolute like smash this week. Think about keeping Mason rest of the season, even if CMC does come back. I mean, I would hold him. I wouldn't just drop him. Draco said no Evans, no Godwin, though. Exactly. That's why it's not. It's why it's not good in addition to the matchup. Johnny said, Tyreek, we're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. Man, we need it so badly. So badly. And man, it sucks, dude. I'm so fucking pissed. I hate the Debo leagues now. And I lost in both the Debo leagues and in one league that nobody wanted to steal Tyreek from me until this week. And I fucking get him stolen from me right before he comes back. Triple X, like, what's your take about D-Hop to the Chiefs? A wide receiver, too. Got him in all 3 leagues I'm in. Was hard. I wanted to keep guys I dropped. Had to drop guys like Firemouth. Yeah, get rid of them. Warren and Braylon. I mean, Warren's probably the only one that I would really be worried about. But outside of that, Draco said Chase Brown, Warren maybe. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'd trade those 2 guys for like either. Well, probably Chase. I don't think I'd trade up for Warren like that. But yeah, that's one of the things that's tough though. Like if Like, there's a reason why a lot of trades don't happen in 10-team leagues, because you have to overpay. You have to overpay. So, like, even in that trade, I would be throwing those 3 for like Aaron Jones. I mean, I can't even remember the exact trade, but instead of just Neighbors, I would be throwing those 2 in place of Neighbors. Oh, 12-man. Yeah, see, I find it hard to believe that nobody needs wide receivers, though, in a 12-man league. So, like, are you looking close enough? This week, maybe not, because there's no bye weeks. But go look at literally the next week. How many teams are on bye next week? 2. And then in week 10, 4. And then in week 11, 4. And then week 12, 6. So, like, you got to go, like, be looking like that. You got to go do that research, because I'm sure there's someone who, like, is going to need wide receivers very soon. Especially if it's a 12-man. Like, this week might just be different because there's no bye weeks. So everybody seems good like this week. But yeah, there's got to be some team out there who needs, maybe they're not desperate for wide receivers, but needing wide receiver depth. There has to be someone who needs more wide receiver depth. And after the way that Dubs and, all those, and, those guys played this week, this is, you take those shiny pieces and you try to turn them into something. All right, guys. It's been 3 hours. Anybody wants this show to extend, do me a favor. Throw in a super chat. I didn't do the starts and sits this week because, or the start and sit video or whatever. I didn't record that. It's a lot of work, and I gotta fine tune it a little bit, because we gotta clean up the presentation, but it's also not getting seen by like a lot of people, and that's like the issue kind of as well. And RG said just traded Bigsby to get Mahomes and Kraft. Is that Dub? I think so. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, MT2, he said, hey, bro, I'm new here. Nice stream. Hey, appreciate you. I'm always answering questions throughout the week. I answer more questions than any other fantasy football YouTuber, and I'm pretty much live streaming more than any fantasy football YouTuber. So, yeah, glad to have you, bro. Welcome. Got a question? Feel free to throw it in. Tap Brazil said 3 more hours. Let's go. Oh, man. Well, I ran out of water. Hit this bowl and then I'll go refill the water. MT said I traded Tyreek Hill for 2 first-round picks. What are your thoughts on 1 and 6? I feel like I like the trade, but I feel like you sold a little bit short on Tyreek. I feel like I would have wanted more from him, especially now with like Tua coming back. He's going to get back to form. They gave him an extension, right? So it's like he's not just going to be gone, So I think I just would have wanted more from him. It's not a bad trade, but I would have wanted more. Scotty Boy said, I got Andrews and Ferguson, and I'd like to add Waddle. Which tight end would you trade? He said he would take either one. So here's the tough thing. Ferguson has looked better on paper throughout the entire year. Ferguson has a really, really shit matchup this week and a really, really, really bad schedule moving forward. Let me go check on Andrew's schedule, because I think Andrews is going to be the one to keep. Fuck, he has a really bad schedule also. Hold on. Now I got to see who has an easier schedule out of these guys. Dude, they're literally back-to-back for like worst fucking matchups. Like worst, like rest of season. And I would keep Andrews because Ferguson's matchups over the next 5-6 weeks are absolute dog shit. And he has 3 good matchups, week 14, 15, and 16. But if you don't make it to the playoffs at all, like, it doesn't make a difference. So I'm going to take the guy who I think can help get to the playoffs, and then he still has a good matchup in week 16. Week 15 and 16 are a little shaky, though, but I think I'm saying Andrews. And Frazil, Olave or Bigsby for the flex. I'm leaning Bigsby. Spencer popping off. It's just Spencer might get benched. Corey said, so best to keep Stevenson than not drop for Hopkins. In this league specifically, probably better to keep him because who are all your wide receivers in that? I mean, I know your team's pretty stacked. So, yeah, it's the tough part. Hey, Johnny with the 269.
69, dude.
Let's get it. He said 5 more minutes, Mom. That's how I felt the last couple days with my alarm. Just letting it letting it keep going. Just keep on snoozing. And MT, I have 2 firsts next year, either 101, 102, then 105, 2 second round picks. Are you taking most of them picks? So the way that I like to rebuild, if you're considering this a rebuild year, and I have one that I started rebuilding in 2022, and now I'm in first place, 6-1, 2 years later. Took a lot of trades to get there. And a lot of correct draft picks. It's a combination of both. You try to use your highest draft picks on the highest valued players that you can get, and you try to use those other first round picks to upgrade players and get well-established players because people get hella hyped for the rookies. And once you draft that rookie, everything changes. Once there's a name attached to that draft pick, everything changes. So you got to do it before. You got to do it like in between the combine and the NFL draft. Like that's the best time to trade away your first round draft picks. Like do those 2 months or whatever. That should be when you're trying to work on upgrading your team. Johnny said, everyone hit the like and sub buttons and join Patreon for free. Patreon is 420crew.com. Go join for free, guys. Draco said, would you try to target Laporta if I have Andrews? I would say yes. Laporta has the 8th easiest schedule for a tight end moving forward. Corey said, my wide receivers are Addison, Jefferson, Higgins. Is that all, though? And dude, I just got Jefferson in a league in that the team that I just said that I was rebuilding, that I'm 6-1 now. Dude, I just got Jefferson for a first and a second to the last place team. Like I thought they were going to counter and want more, and I was willing to go 2 first rounders, and they just accepted it for a first and a second. I can't fucking believe it. Can't even believe it, man. And now I got JJ, and CD on the same team. Dude, feeling good. Brazil said, just in case Flowers is out, do I start Pop, McMillan, or Ricky? Not Ricky. It's probably, I mean, Pop did good against the Jets last time. I'm going to say Pop. Senor Rojo, do you think D-Hop trade... Do you think a D-Hop trade will help Worthy like Cooper did Keon? Well, the thing is, I don't necessarily think Cooper helped Keon. I think it helped the guys making the plays scheme Keon a little bit better. But I don't really think that D-Hop is, I mean, Worthy right now to me in redraft is like a droppable commodity, like a wide receiver 4 with like some upside, you know, and I don't have a lot of space for wide receiver 4s on my team, you know, and like, could it improve, you know, him? Like maybe, but it's going to be about if they start scheming him differently, because Worthy is not a good route runner. Like that's the thing. It's like, he is not a good route runner. And teams like only so much are you going to fall for like those trick plays or, you know, the jet sweeps or whatever. Like everybody's too fast to fall for that all the time. Like you really got to catch teams off guard. MT, thoughts on Shadur Sanders? I like him, but it's like, dude, like the hype on him is so fucking insane that he's bound to fail. He's bound to fail. Like, I mean, they're talking about him being the 101 right now, right? For not fantasy, for reality, the number 101. And that someone is going to trade up and trade 3 first-round picks, like, for him as well. Like, you know, like, what kind of competition has he really faced that says, because when you get drafted that high, you're starting. Like, he's not good enough to be a starter. Not in the NFL. And he said, I think him and Cam and Drew Ald are the upside QBs. I mean, Cam's definitely one of the upside QBs for sure. And MT said, what the fuck, a first and a second for Jefferson's crazy. He said, Tyreek 2 first. Sounds good then. Well, yeah, but like not all leagues are created equally. And I got lucky that person accepted a first and a second for Jefferson. I'm willing to admit that, because I sent that thinking that I was going to have to counter back and forth with them. And you know what's funny is, like, I didn't even realize. So the guy who accepted it, I know he's just been working a crazy amount lately. And maybe he didn't have time to go back and forth on the, the whole dog and pony show. Totally could have been. Sometimes people don't make trades because they think they don't have enough time to negotiate. Giant said, they want him to. Yeah, for sure. And Estes said Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kraft for DJ Moore. Yeah. I'm BK with that. Said the rookie boomer bust. He said, I'm just too risky right now. I don't know. Yeah. And like, I don't know how long you've been watching this show. But I try to do my best to hold people back on the rookie hype, because literally everybody else in this entire fantasy football industry is the exact opposite. So I feel like it's my duty, because I already think that these guys are way too risky for year one in redraft. So that's kind of like what I try to do. Is kind of keep people away from feeding into the rookie hype as much as they do. Jason said, just drop Wandale for Keon Coleman. That's not too bad. Big said Bryce Young or Shadur Sanders. They're both kind of the same player to me right now, for being honest. Neither one of those guys seems startable right now on a bad team. Frizzell said, start Murray, May. I'm this is crazy, because like Miami is giving up like the least amount of points to quarterback. So if it's like and let me go check if it's still that. Miami's literally giving up the least amount of points to quarterbacks. So even though this feels like wrong and gross and disgusting, I'm going to say Murray, sit and play May. And it's really ugly. And I want you to remember that, Frizzil, and let me know if I'm right or wrong on that. Because this is strictly taking the names out of everything and playing the matchups. Like, that's what that is. And really, it's really just, and it's really just, I have no idea. It's really just, the last two games are making me even want to say, like the Jets, play your guy against the Jets. And MT2, what's your ideal rebuild scenario strategy? Team got cooked with injuries. You got to figure out who is the long-term hold for you. And you have to have like a couple guys that are not a sell, but you have to be willing to sell everybody for every draft pick that you can get. First and seconds, of course, but even those thirds, you got to try to sell, just random bench players for third rounders. And then you try to turn a couple of those third rounders into second rounders, or a third rounder gets used as a throw in one of your trades where you may need that to just get all the way up there. MT2, my two QBs are Caleb, Drake May. Both of those guys you're not really getting rid of. And XXX, bro, YouTube's blocking your page for some reason. I never see your page on my subscription feed. I have to go into your page to see all your lives. That's why I keep telling people to go join 420crew.com and go join Patreon literally for free. You will know every time that I'm streaming, because you will get a notification from that. I don't know what's up with YouTube. But there's a lot of times I post a lot of videos, and sometimes that stops people from getting notifications. But just know that whenever you're on YouTube, 9 times out of 10, I could be live. And the other one time, it's probably just, a short break until I'm live again. Said your live's all the way down at the bottom. I don't know. And now, they filter it based on what you watch more. That's really what it comes down to, because I've heard the exact opposite from someone like Big Game James, who says that I'm at the top of his subscription feed because he's watched my live streams more than like anything else, out there. So I've kind of heard a combination of both. They base the subscriptions off of what you're watching. And Titan, what up? Starting Mark Andrews at tight end. Not sure who to start the flex between Dubs or Mondre at Otten. Dubs, man. Frizzo said, unless I pick up the stream, pick up a stream Bo Nix. Nah. And Jay said, hey, Alex, Miami would have got cooked by Josh Allen if Tua didn't throw the game for the Bills in the first half. He said, I like Kyler against a desperate Dolphins defense. They're not desperate, though. They're really not. Like, where you beat the Dolphins? I can give you one guess. Out of every position, guess the one position that the Dolphins are like worst at defending. I'm sure you could guess that pretty easily. And they're not like the worst, but they're like damn near the worst. And then I'll give you a guess on those. Pick the other three positions that Dolphins are giving up like no points to, like nothing. And yeah, Jason said tight end or RB. RB, they're giving up extreme booty to the RBs, but they are giving up nothing to the wide receivers and quarterbacks, like points wise. Like it's just, they're super, super elite against defending the quarterbacks and wide receivers. And Jay said, Alex, you go live more than anyone else. He said, you're my favorite streamer. I appreciate you, bro. And thanks for always being in the chat, homie. I appreciate it. Draco said, should I get the Dolphins defense or stick with the Falcons? Might want to rock the Falcons with no Evans and DJ and no Evans and Godwin. Jason said, can I DJ more? I get Thursday. Get me Marvin Harrison Jr. Would you do that, or would you ask for more than Marvin Harrison Jr.? I guess I feel like I don't want to trade away DJ Moore because of his schedule, because of how good he's been looking with Caleb and them kind of coming on. And Xenon. Would Kyren, Swift, A-Chain, and Jennings for Henry Gibbs be fair? I don't know if it'd be. I don't think it's fair. I don't think anybody else would think it's fair. Jason said, what do I do with Ingram, the tight end? Can I upgrade? I mean, I'm sure you can always upgrade, but yeah, Jaguars do not have an easy schedule coming up. Yeah, I mean, almost anybody I think would be an upgrade. He has the 31st easiest schedule for a tight end moving forward. And I don't know if you guys know, there's only 32 tight ends in the NFL, or teams in the NFL. So that means he has the second worst. It has the second worst schedule out of anybody. So yes, I mean, I don't know how you're going to upgrade, or I mean, we can kind of figure that out. Might have to be tomorrow or whatever, but yeah, I would say you want to try to upgrade. All right, one more bowl, and then we're gonna get up out of here. And look at that, only took $5 to get me to stay an extra 20 minutes. And YouTube's gonna jack half of that, so really just took $2 and some change to get me to stay for an extra 20 minutes. Anybody wants to extend the stream, throw a super chat in there. Let's see if we can get a $5 or more super chat. We get a $10 super chat. I'll get a fat dab going for the crew. I'm gonna smoke a fat bowl right now. MT2, what strain are you smoking on? Oh, good question, Aquado. So Shine is the brand, and Cookie Face is the strain. And it might be kind of tough to see all the numbers and everything there, but 27.5% THC, packaged in September. So not old or anything. Man, it's crazy that it says tested on 8/16 and best by 8/26 2024 and then best by 8/26 2025. Man, no one better be smoking any fucking year old fucking weed. Like, man, it should suck. Yeah, there we go. Jason said, here's one more. He said, I'm broke, but everyone else pitch in to appreciate you, my brother. And he said, you're the best, Alex. He said, I paid for the tax. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. And also have Hawkinson coming off IR. Okay, well, I mean, let me go check Hawkinson's schedule, but I can almost guarantee that it's going to be better than Ingram with him being second worst. Yeah, dude, Hawkinson's schedule is actually titties. Literally 2 bad matchups. Tennessee in week 11 and Atlanta in week 14. Week 15, 16, and 17, money schedule. And then week 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, all great matchups. Weeks 12 and 15, those would be the only ones that I'd say are just a little bit above middle of the road. And maybe week 13, I guess. But yeah, weeks 8, 9, 10, 16, 17, he has some of the best matchups for a tight end, period. So, yeah, I'm glad we figured this out right now. TJ Hawkinson is someone that you should definitely go try to trade for. Definitely. All right. Yeah, don't let Jason be the only one throwing in some super chats. Everyone, help with the super chats. Help with the super chats. YouTube's jacking half of it. And for Zil Joe Mixon, been carrying me ever since he's back. He's the man. He's the man. So that motherfucker needs to make up for 5 weeks of losses I got. And I just traded Will Levi's for Brandon Ayuk straight up. What? Like you got, oh, well, the Dynasty, right? Dynasty. Superflex. Murray playing awful. Won me some belts, though, so I can't even be mad at that. He said just go the under on him every time. Bets, I mean. Yeah, go the under on him. Yes, sir. MT27 is a solid percentage, almost getting close to infused flower. I mean, that's all the kind of stuff I try to smoke. Really just like 22% for me is like, will I ever smoke anything less than 22%? Yes. It all depends. You know, it all depends. The look, the smell, all that kind of stuff. But normally, if you get over 22%, I mean, it's just insane. You know, it's insane, I feel. Chase, I'm smoking a blunt and just grabbed Juana Man Jennings off waivers. Winning.
Roll a fatty for this pimp daddy.
And Giant said, I love how much info they put on the packaging in Vegas. We got the THC and the CBD percentages. And he said, wow, I butchered that sentence. It's funny. I mean, it's funny because I know exactly, you know, what you meant and what you're saying. But yeah. And I mean, it's legal where you're at too. Yeah, right. Duh. Denver. Duh. Yeah, Jason said got Hawk and Ingram. Yeah, I mean, I'd hold both, but Hawk's about to be the guy for you. Triple X Lex, Mahomes or Caleb this week? Leaning Caleb. Zach, Brock Purdy or Caleb this week? Leaning Caleb. Uh-oh. Frazil said, look at what Alvin Kamara just announced. Uh-oh. What did he just announce? Spencer Rattler? Is that what it is? That's going to be Spencer Rattler this Sunday? That's ugly. That's ugly. Who could I try to get for Pollard and Debo? Well, as you know, Jason, I don't like try to give like, you know, just the straight, like go after this person. It is going to be like, you got to go figure out who needs a running back, who needs a wide receiver, you know, and then like you got the void right there, plus another one. So that's what I'd be doing. Yeah. MT2, you ever smoked Tom Ford or the Bruce Banner bud before? I smoked Bruce Banner before. I remember it being a very good strain. Haven't seen it in a while. Draco said Madison for Coleman sound good. If you're getting Coleman, yeah. Someone maybe just trying to get off of him, could be a good trade. Frizzil said nothing crazy, but he's been playing with a broken hand. Oh. So is his broken hand healthy now? And Johnny said, you mean the contract extension? Yeah, that's what I think, right? Like everyone's hurt until you get paid. And then like, oh yes, nice and healthy. Did you guys see the meme with Devontae Adams? It was, it wasn't really a meme. It was a video, but it was Willy Wonka in the chocolate factory and Gene Wilder coming out, just struggling. And then it flashes Devontae Adams on the Raiders, struggling. And then as soon as he does the somersault, then he jumps up and it's like Devontae Adams on the Jets. So funny. Jen said, I'm offering Hunt and Debo from Marvin Harrison Jr. and Connor. He's entertaining the idea. Yeah, I mean, hey, Hunt's a shiny piece, and he's only going to be so shiny for so long. I'm kind of nervous about Marvin Harrison Jr. though. Let's go see who's got a better schedule. Rest away out of Cardinals and 49ers for the wide receivers. Cardinals 26th easiest. Yeah, does not look good for the Cardinals, especially over the next 3 weeks, and then they got the bye. 49ers, man, 49ers got like 3 good games, but then they have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Then they have 5 shit games in a row, and it goes all the way to week 17. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Now we literally have to be thinking this way. Who has the better schedule? Rest of way, looking at these playoff matchups and, playing the numbers. Like this is how you make really good trades, is by playing the numbers. And I got all the numbers. You just got to ask. That's it. As long as you're here. And now I think I will put out some kind of video or some kind of content about like 2 players that you should trade for at each position right now for the rest of the season. Something like that. Chai said, fun fact, Bruce Banner and Headband have the same percentage. Sour Diesel and OG Kush difference is who's the mom and who's the dad. Okay, cool. Interesting. Oh, parentage. Yeah, not percentage. Parentage. Cool. It's very interesting. I love when people know cool facts about weed like that. It's pretty fucking awesome. Draco said, pick one to start. Tracy Jr., Madison Eckler. Tracy Jr. Tracy, let's do it. Frizzil said, no, hand isn't healthy. Just funny that he weighed. Yeah, the thing is, now it's a really weird, it's such a fine line, right? Because if he says that his hands hurt, he may not get the contract extension. I'm sure that they're doing physicals and all types of shit, on him to determine if that extension is worth it, like at that exact moment. So, yeah, either way, Saints aren't winning shit this year. So, like, they locked him up for the future. This year don't mean nothing for them. Like, what's their record now? They're 2-5. Like, where are they going? Like, nowhere. They locked him down so they didn't have to deal with any kind of contract issues later. And they're doing the smart thing, what everybody should be doing. You should be signing these guys a year earlier versus a year later, because guess what? There's always drama when you wait, and then you got to pay the guy more anyways. So act like you're a fucking billionaire. Just pay those guys their money. Who's with me on that? And Draco said just traded Gino for Jacoby because I had Gino, Tua, and Jalen. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, but I guess I just don't like Jacoby at all. This whole situation, like with the Raiders, just it does not seem like it's going to help us for fantasy. But still, I mean, Gino's kind of like an expendable, guy on your team. But that's really and that's what it kind of is like you got to know the level of like desperation of like the other person. Like, was the other person even desperate, or they just wanted Gino? And Triple X Lex said, what's the link to send money instead of through YouTube? Good question, and I appreciate you. I'm just triple checking to make sure that it still works. I haven't gotten to it in a while, but just making sure. It just forwards to my website, my Square website. It's 420superchat.com. 420superchat.com. And it's just, you can just donate any kind of dollar increment that you would like. And they only take 3%, not 50 or 4 or 5, whatever it comes out to be. And Draco said, we already did that one. Okay. Alex, what up, homie? Would you trade Puka for Debo? I don't think so. Tim. No. Okay. I'm going to do another bowl here. And we'll give Triple X Lex, we'll give him time to send a super chat. And same thing for anybody else. We'll give you a couple seconds, send a super chat. Let me, I'm gonna play a song here and go refill the water, go drain the main vein. I'll be right back. Woo! Oh man. All right. Brazil said if the Saints pick up Cup, though, they're a Super Bowl contender. No, they're not. No, they are not. They don't even have Carr coming back this week. They're going to catch another L with Spencer Rattler. They're going to be 2-6. No way, dude. I'm not saying like a 2-6 team can't turn it around. Like, shit. I mean, the Giants, they turned it around like some crazy ass, some turnaround during the 2 times they beat the Patriots, but quick tug break. No, quick chug break, man. And Jason said, send AJ Brown for London and James Cook. What's your record? I'm leaning on no. Jason said, I don't super chat any other show anymore. He said, just yours, big dog. He said, you're the go. I appreciate you, man. It means a lot. Because I don't take it for granted. Like, I know in this economy that we live in, literally, like, I know how much, how expensive shit is, because I'm living it the same way. Like, there's some days where I'd literally eat like 5 ham and cheese sandwiches for the whole day. And I'm just like, that's good. I don't need to go spend money on food today or like whatever, so I still try to live as frugal as I can. I mean, you will see me going to like restaurants to like get content and stuff, but like even that, like, man, the main reason I do that is because all this shit, all that's tax write-offs and shit like now. So like, if it wasn't for that, if I wasn't making content, I wouldn't even be going anywhere cool to eat like that often. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. And Triple XX, I'm gonna send it at the next live. I got to get my question together. All right, sounds good, bro. Would you trade Debo for Puka? Other way around to get Puka. Let's see what Puka's schedule's like. I feel like it might not be that good. Well, let's go see. It's not good, but it's not horrible either. There's a lot worse schedules out there. He has the 21st easiest. What sucks though is if he doesn't come back in these next 2 weeks, that changes shit though. So hold on. Yeah, if he doesn't come back within these 2 weeks, he actually has one of the hardest schedules. So I would just say no. I wouldn't want to trade for Puka till we know when he's coming back. Just the schedule's not looking good. We want the schedule to be titties, and like it's not looking that way. And Revolution is goated. Hell yeah! I said they need to drop a new album. Yeah, I mean it's probably hard for someone like them to just like drop a new album. Like I just, it's like they're living off touring right now, and like their shit is so goated that they don't even need anything new. Like, I mean, I'm sure that they'll put out like new things, like, but like it's like they literally don't even need to put out one every year. Like they're touring so much. And like reggae bands that are dope, like they stay dope forever. Like that's one genre that if you're dope now, like your song's gonna be dope 10 years from now. Like we could go listen, I'm sure, to like I haven't listened to Eka Mouse in like forever. But like any Eka Mouse song, like we can just go throw it on and fucking it's gonna hit. Like what up, Abraham? Yeah, we had a couple super chats, kept me in here a little longer. But yeah, we're gonna get out of here pretty shortly. MT, the Biden economy got everyone cooked. Hope it turns around. Yeah, and I mean, I don't even like to get into the political stuff, like that, because like I don't know, it's all like there's gonna be fucked up times. There's gonna be good times. I feel like right now is like it's like businesses, like I don't know, like for whatever reason, like a lot of people aren't supporting like any kind of like mid-level businesses, like not like they're not being supported, but you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of these big monopolies like Amazon and shit kind of like taking over. And so like there is no real support for like mom and pop, shit anymore. And like when you're only giving the money to the corporations, the money stays with those corporations. Like they don't pay people good. They don't fucking, put it back into anything that helps us. So like, my one thing to just be, we want the economy to turn around. We got to start supporting small business. Like that's really what it is. And we have to be okay spending a couple more bucks to do it because it's the right thing to do. And Lexton on Twitch, you answer fantasy questions. Yep. I've been here for 3.5 hours live answering fantasy questions. So you came at the right time. And nasty. And nasty, let me know if you're even here anymore, because as impatient as you are being, you might not even be here. So put in an emoji so I know you're here, and I'll answer your question. And let's go. Light it up, squad. He said, no way they start Spencer Rattler again. Literally just said it. I said that. This was and it's the head coach that said it. Let me see how long ago. This was 43 minutes ago that Spencer Rattler's starting. And Bryce Young starting. Yes, it's ugly. It's ugly. And Triple X Luck, wish they fucking came to Florida. Saw when I was 18. I don't think. Oh, damn, that's crazy. So here's what sucks. I live in Vegas. I'd have to travel to California to see them because they only come to Vegas for some reggae fucking festival. And I really hate going to festivals. Like I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Especially when they come, it's like hot as fuck. Well, no, it's October, but it's still hot as fuck. Like at that time, it seems. Guy used to watch only cares about the money and doesn't remember who the people were when he started. No names through it. I'm not hating about it. Is it Schmitty? Tell us, come on, spill the tea, bro. Spill the tea. We want to hear it, because there may be some other people who think, have the same feelings. And like, I hope that one day I will be so busy that I can't answer everybody's question, that there's like thousands and thousands and thousands of questions. But like, until that time, I'm going to be answering as much as I can to make sure to separate myself from all those people. And I make sure to have ways that I give access to people outside of the live streams as well. And That's something that I'll always do because I'm not just doing. A lot of these fantasy content creators, they don't give a fuck about the people who watch them, yet they only care about views and subs. And it's very weird to me. Like, I feel for me, I'd rather have less views, but build up more of a community because I know this community is going to take me a lot farther than just YouTube. I know that because there's so many people who are in the chat right now that we text on a normal basis because we're in so many leagues together because they're 420 crew members, you know, on Patreon. And, you know, so YouTube to me, like, I doubt I'll ever be, you know, actually, I'm not even going to throw that out into the universe. One day I'll have millions of subscribers and stuff. Might not even be for fantasy football, though. Like, who knows? Who knows? And Lexton on Twitch said, I got a trade right now for AJ Brown and Josh Jacobs, but I'm giving away Debo, Brian Thomas, James Conner. Is it worth it? Okay. James Conner was someone that I said a little bit earlier today. He has one of the best schedules for running backs, and I want to be trading for him. So trading him away kind of sours that deal for me. I like getting AJ Brown and like trading away Debo and Brian Thomas Jr. somehow, you know, to get AJ Brown. I'm like all about it, dude. Like, I'm all about it. But I'm even okay with it being a 3-for-2, but not James Conner. Take him out somehow and like see if there's anybody else that you could throw in that they would still do that trade. And Liam said, just traded Brian Robinson and Malik Neighbors for A-Chain and Nico. I'm 4-3. I don't like it. I feel like it's too even of a trade for me. So like being even, meaning it's like too fair of a trade, like for me, because I feel like I'd rather just keep the guys who you have that are healthy right now. That's why, because like Nico's not helping you for weeks, and we don't know how many weeks. And Neighbors would be helping you like right now. And so now it's like you traded 2 starters for 1 starter, and now you got to weather the storm of no Nico for a couple weeks. And MT said, thoughts on a quick dab for the one time, bro. Man, do you have Amazon Prime or anything over there? Can we get you to use your Amazon Prime subscription so you can subscribe for free over there? And then I'll do a dab. Feel like I'm going to do one anyways, but help me at the same time. Help me help you. And Shipafoos, what up? I got Hubbard as my 4th RB. Should I trade him for McBride? Tight end spots weak. I got Kyren, A-Chain, Kareem Hunt above Hubbard. Well, I haven't looked at bye weeks yet, but you might want to go look at the bye weeks. I know Kareem Hunt doesn't have a bye. I guess the Rams already had their bye. Actually, I guess all those guys already have had a bye. Never mind on whatever my theory was going to be about him not having a bye. You're good, MT. I'll do a dab anyways. It's probably gonna do one anyways. All right, let me see. But let's see the McBride rest of season. Yeah, I'd probably do that. I'd probably do that. McBride has the 2nd easiest schedule rest of season. 2nd. The only team with a better schedule. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. I had it on certain weeks. He has the 6th easiest schedule moving forward. Browns, Broncos, Raiders, Seahawks, Vikings are the only ones with the on paper easier schedule. And then Chuba's schedule. Damn, Chuba's schedule is disgusting. After you get past their bye. 29th easiest. Yeah. And week 17, they have one of the worst matchups. So Chuba is a sell. Chuba's a sell. Yeah, maybe that's one thing that I got to do. Who are the buy now, and then who are the sell this bum? Who are the bums to sell? And it's not even going to be bums. It's going to be bums based on their schedules. And Johnny said, you don't talk down to people who don't know as much about you as fantasies, and lots of other creators have this high and mighty attitude. Yeah, I don't understand that, because then they just like literally turn people off to fantasy football in general. And like, dude, even in the IDP world, I'm glad that I'm creating an IDP community that's like not built on like talking shit about other people who play an IDP, because it's like I don't understand why the IDP community is so torn against each other. Like literally on one of my waiver wire videos, like someone was like, dude, literally every one of those guys have been drafted in my league. And I was like, dude, how many do you play with? And he's like, oh yeah, we have like 13 starters or something. I was like, okay, bro, is your one fucking league, like, does that equal all of the IDP world? And I was like, and who else does this kind of shit? I said, do you care if IDP, like, you know, if that format gets bigger? And then it was like, yeah, bro, you are one of the only people. So I hate that shit, how people just like fucking, how they just act like stupid like that. And that wasn't even a creator. That was just a person. But yeah, man, like I feel like because I see it all the time on social media, like on TikTok, especially, I feel where like the creators are live and they're like talking shit to people, but like people are paying them money, and it's like they're like they like that. I don't know if it's entertaining for them to see someone acting outlandish, or if like people just really like being shit talked to. Like, I don't know, because how many people act like trolls just so you talk shit back to them? I don't know what it is. It's a weird web that is being woven. And Frank said Smitty needs common folk in his off season, but just ignores us during the regular season. I mean, see, that's the thing though. Like, you gotta like, Smitty's been on my channel before, and like if you go back and watch the interview, it's like super funny, because like he's acting a certain way until I earned his respect, and then it turned to the exact opposite. Just literally you could see it happen in an hour and a half show that I had here. And you could just search Fantasy Football Hustler Schmitty, it'll come up. Like I'm for sure it will. It's on the channel though. Like if you go back 420 Hustler interviews or whatever, Hus interviews, whatever it is, it's on there. And yeah, you could literally see him change like mid stream. And he got on the stream saying he was only going to be available for 30 minutes. I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, it's like 30 minutes. Like, that's all I got. And I was like, okay, like, you only got to tell me once. So, like, pissed me off, like, going in, like, just right when we started, pissed me off. And Liam said, I only did it because I have Amari in play at the flex until Nico comes back. I understand. I'm just saying I think that's the wrong attitude when it came to this trade. Because you can't, I mean, maybe Amari weathers the storm, but Amari ain't Neighbors. And like Neighbors and Nico, like I swear that that Neighbors was higher than Nico at one point when they were both active, right? Like, am I wrong about that? Like, we could go back and I swear through 3 or 4 weeks, it was something where Neighbors, like, he even had more than Nico. Lex Tone, thoughts on starting Jonathan Taylor this week? I mean, you're starting him unless you got someone better than him. The matchup's horrible. Matchup is horrible. And Mini Moneymaker Bauer's going off. I mean, he has the 3rd easiest schedule moving forward. He only has, I mean, the bye week. I mean, he has a bye week, week 10, so he's not going to score you any points then. But week 11 and week 15, those are the only matchups where he plays like top 10 teams in defending the tight end. Every other week besides that, it's fucking money. Like, you could nitpick week 12 and week 14, maybe week 17. I guess you could nitpick, but to me, like, looking at it on paper, they're all smash matchups for tight ends. JC, you're absolutely right, Johnny. Lack of empathy, where Alex is here to educate, not make a joke at other expense. Yeah, man. Like, fuck. Like, I just don't get it. It's like, I know that there's people who like that, but I feel like that's so out of my personality that I can't even do that. Like, if someone comes in talking shit, like, you'll see me turn into like a different version of me that nobody really likes, including myself. Because I hate people who talk shit. And Zach said, asked this earlier, but I don't know if you got it answered. I had to leave for a little bit. Oh, yeah. Purdy or Caleb. I said I'm leaning Caleb because of the matchup. Yes, thank you, Johnny, for sharing. And Jason said, already got AJ Brown, DJ Moore, Debo Worthy, Kyren, and Hunt. I can't remember what the other part of that was. Let me know, because there's not many comments in here. And John, what up? He said, need a flex, Pickens, Stevenson, JSN, Dubs. It's not going to be Stevenson or JSN. Horrible matchups for those guys. So I'm just automatically eliminating those two. And then Pickens or Dubs. I feel like I want to lean Dubs on this. Where have the Giants been at defending the wide receivers? Yeah, Giants have been really good at defending the wide receivers. Really, there's only been 1 week where you had some players go off. And really, I think it was only one player, and it was Amari Cooper in week 3. That was the week that he went off like crazy, I believe. That's the only time they've given up any kind of good points to wide receivers. I mean, shit, that's including last week versus Philly. I feel like they're so bad against the running backs. I mean, they actually have better players in like the they have better players in the secondary. So, yeah, by process of elimination, I'm going Dubs in a smash matchup. John said Hurts or Kyler. I'm going Hurts, man. I know it hurts to bench Kyler, but it is what it is. Woo! All right. All right. I'm going to smoke a dab here one way or the other. But hit that super chat. Been here for almost 4 hours now. 4 hours. 4 hours. And when I came onto the show today, I told myself I'm not going to be on for 4 hours. That's why I'm not going to do the starts and sits. But yet here I am, 4 hours in. We're getting high as fuck. But throw in those super chats. Sign up as a member. Like, you can sign up for $3. Being a member for $3 means it means it's a monthly thing. Only $3 a month. YouTube keeps like 45%, I think, of that. So there's a $5 one, there's a $10 one. Literally doing that and getting that green cross next to your name, man, that means the world. That's like literally like, you know why Netflix, why they changed to a subscription basis? Because like it feels good as a business knowing, give or take, how much money is coming in that month. Because the super chats, they're fucking awesome. Like I made more last month off the super chats than the memberships. But like, man, you have no idea how good it feels seeing like everybody with that green cross next to their name, because like even if it's $3, that's $3 a month. Let's see what that would equate to. Because most of the time I'm live every single day, right? And like sometimes I'm live even more than twice a day. So let's say this is just for on a daily basis. So $3, you divide that by 30. That's 10 cents a day. $5, you divide that by 30. That's 16 cents a day. Like just think of me as one of the starving African kids, okay? Because like that, even the $10 a month, 33 cents a day, that's not much. And if you think of it like that and just know that you're like supporting this mission and a small business, because like this is literally like everything that I do for all this. This is like the only way that I make money. I don't have a 9-to-5 job anymore. Like over the last couple years, it was literally like over the last couple years, every single year I needed to either take out money out of credit cards or was literally living off of my credit cards. This is like the first year that I was able to actually pay off a little bit of credit card debt versus like tremendously like spiking it. So I don't take anything lightly that anybody does, but I weathered the storm for these handful of years, you know, to get to this point so I could do it full time. And now you guys got my full attention. That's why I live stream more than anybody else, like out there. Everybody else has some other job that they're doing besides this. What up, Sean? He said, should I trade JMO for Kincaid straight up? That's a good question. I'm leaning on no. But let me check what the Bills tight end schedule, like how this kind of matches up. I feel like I'd be okay doing it if Kincaid would be more valuable to your team. I say go for it. I think those guys, I like JMO more, you know, the thought of him, but he's also going to be suspended for 2 games. And I mean, those are like 2 like not so good games that he's going to be suspended for. But during that same time, Kincaid, he has a great matchup versus Miami this week. I mean, I'm sorry, versus Seattle this week. He has a great game and then not such a great game versus Miami. But then he has Indy and KC before their bye. Like, this is 3 smash matchups out of the next 4 games here. And as bad as Kincaid has been, he's really only had 3 decent matchups on paper out of his first 7 weeks. And the last 3 weeks have been like really bad teams, like on paper, like to deploy your tight end against. So, yeah. He said this trade's been in my inbox for a month. No fucking way. No fucking way. So they just left it there. Dude. And see, Johnny said 4 cents a show. That's it. That's all it is. 4 cents a show. He's not going to get another suspension. Thanks. Biggs, that shit's so funny. The Dane Cook, 15 cents. So hilarious. And John, and smoke it up, guys. Where's the 710 crew at? Hold on, let's see. Where's the 710 crew at? Let's get it. Yeah, Sean, don't be worried about JMO getting another suspension. Like, no one's dumb enough to like take shit like multiple times in a year like that. So yeah, don't worry about it. Like, he got caught, 2-game suspension, you know. I'm sure he'll say, well, worth it, because look at the way that he was killing it in the beginning of the season. I always knew that there was something up. I always knew. See? Of course, JMO can do it when you're fucking. Of course, JMO can fucking do it when he's out here cheating. All right. Oh yeah, dab's okay. Nice. Let's get it, man. Get the dab going. I got my Dr. Dabber here. One of the things that your super chats do go towards are, I'm doing a raffle, and the Dr. Dabber is going to be in on it. Beginning of November. I know I've kind of been like pushing it off for a little bit. I'm trying to get other things like for this, but we got a Ricky Williams college jersey that's going to be getting raffled off. We got a Sergio Mix-a-Lot jersey. It's the Bengals colorway, but either way, Sergio Mix-a-Lot. He's a killer. And MT2 said, bro, your hat's dope as fuck. And you haven't even seen the whole thing. So Master Kush, I'm sure you saw that part. It says Master Kush right on the back. It's got little weed thing on the inside there. And not that I ever use it, but it's just cool. It's got a little stash spot like in there. Yeah, I never use it. And yeah, I have no reason to now. Oh, Sean said, I'm thinking long term. This is Dynasty. Oh. Well, that's a horse of a different color. If anytime it's Dynasty, just always let me know that, because my answers for redraft and Dynasty may align, but sometimes they're going to be different. You know, it's just nature of the beast. Everybody's valued different depending on what format you're playing in. And Fatty, let's go. And oh, hell yeah. MT2 said, do you make any merch? Bro, man, thanks for asking, because I don't talk about the merch that much. I know I'm a walking billboard for a lot of things, and it's like I always forget to like show off my shit. And like, you know, since you asked, yeah, I do. And let me pull it up here so you guys can see what kind of merch. And you say, yeah, I should have said that before. Yeah, no worries. No worries. If there's a tight end spot, I feel like Kincaid still has more value. Long-term dynasty than JMO. Not saying JMO doesn't have value. I'm just saying, you know, out of the two, I think he has more. He said, Christmas is coming up. Need some ideas, bro. Here we go. Check this out. So it's 420crewmerch.com. That is the website. 420 Crew Merch. And pull this up so you guys could see. And you know, let's zoom in a little bit more. There you go. Now you can get a good look. All right. So we got some mushroom 420 crew, some keep growing. The 420 crew, the Nug Smoke, you know, it's a little Mickey almost. I mean, but different character. We got the double fist in. We got the 420 crew skull, you know, for any Stone Cold fans out there, any skull guys out there. I like the 420 crew Huss one right there. Shit is dope. And then the 420 crew with the joint in hand. Then we got the Nug Life right there. We got the 420 crew friend slides. Where's that shirt? There we go. And there's the 420 crew friend shirt right there. Hell yeah. And all the shirts are $20. This is one of those like print on demand like companies. So it's not me like you know, it's not me like shipping it out or like anything like that. But yeah, it is it's super dope. Got all these dope designs. And yeah, pretty much I think every shirt, I think I get like $4 like from it when you guys do it, but I don't have to do any of the work of printing and all that kind of shit. But yeah, just for context, like, so it's not like, you know, this $20 shirt, I'm making like $20 off of it. You buy one of these shirts, you know, I get like $4 like off of it. But I kept it cheap and kept it to $20 because I feel, you know, maybe one day we'll have $50 shirts and all that. But, you know, for right now, we got to grow the brand. We got to grow the brand. And yeah, hopefully a $20 shirt doesn't break the bank. And yeah, you'll be seeing me wearing some of these shirts on the shows as well. And it said, do you have some bongs and pipes for the smoking buddies? Okay, well, I do not have them like myself. Like I don't have a website where I've like created them. But I do have places where you can go get them, where it's companies that I fuck with heavily. And it's companies that if you buy something from them, the show gets a kickback and I get a kickback from it. And by using my links or promo codes, you get a discount on everything as well. So yes, one of my favorites is Jerome Baker. You want to go save this link specifically. Don't just save jeromebaker.com. Save this link specifically, because when you click it, you go to the website and you automatically get the discount. It's a 10% discount. Huge. Some of their pieces, you know, you save a nice couple bucks with that, the $10. And then, or with the 10%, I mean. And then if you guys are into the dabs, like myself, I fuck with the Dr. Dabbers, and you can get a discount on the Dr. Dabbers, and and the show gets a kickback anytime that happens. So if you want to get some glass for your peeps. JeromeBaker.com/discount/fantasy. I'm sure I could get some kind of link to make that easier, but it's also just the discount fantasy. Like if you go in, you put in promo code fantasy, that gets you your discount as well. Yep, Matt, I'm live right now. What up, bro? About to do a dab. Let's get it. Yabba dabba do up in this biatch.
All right, fire 'em up!
I got 5 on it. Messing with that ain't no weed.
You got perfect timing. About to start a little puff giving this motherfucker.
All right, see, look, you flip the switch. It's on. And then there's just this little button that you press right here. And then boom, it's going to heat itself up and then turn green when it's time for me to hit it. And that's it. That's all she wrote. So easy. So easy, man. So easy, even a stoner could do it.
Some good shit.
Whoo! I love that clip, man. Nice. Rip to dab and dip. Let's get it. Sean said, how do you think Jaden Daniels, how soon do you think? Man, I mean, it might be like him missing 2 games, maybe 3 games. Oh, check this out. Just had someone send this to me. Hess actually saw it and sent it.
We're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. We're back, baby. Start me this week, baby. Let's go.
That was his message to the fantasy football community. You guys want to see it one more time? Hell yeah. Mighty Don, what up? Need 2 receivers to start, but can't decide. Hill, Adams, Reed, Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay, hold on.
We're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. We're back, baby. Start me this week, baby. Let's go.
Hey, you do what you want. I'm going to listen to Tyreek. That should be one of the guys that you start. Fuck anything else. Fuck anything that I know. We're firing up the band on Tyreek. We got to. He's 2 is back, man. He's back. This is now. We got to just pretend like the last, 4 weeks didn't happen. Like he's back to Tyreek. He's got Tua now. So Tyreek's in. He's a must start again every week, just like Waddle needs to be up there. So he's in. And then we'll choose out of this other 4. And it's funny. It's perfect timing that you came in. Perfect timing. I need to clip that video and just save it. That'll be a good one to just play all week for everybody who has any questions about Tyreek. So we got Adams, Reed, Marvin Harrison Jr., and DJ. And that's DJ. I want to score more, right? Might be DJ, man. Let's see. I mean, Adams against the Patriots. I mean, that's good. What if they go up and they don't have to do a bunch to win? That's my gripe there. Reed, almost got no gripes against Reed against the Jaguars, except for like the Jaguars give it up on the ground through the air. So maybe just a lot of people eat. Marvin Harrison Jr. against the Dolphins. Bad matchup. I would just say sit him anyways. Yeah, and then DJ, I want to score more versus the Commandos, man. I feel like I'm doing that. Yeah, I feel like I have to. Yeah. And they're coming off of the bye, right? Yeah. Yeah, and coming off of the bye, yeah, I'm going DJ. DJ and Tyreek. What up, Jacob? Rashad White or Chuba? Damn. Who's Chuba got again this week? The Broncos. It's not a bad matchup. Not a bad matchup. Let me see. So it's actually bad no matter how you slice it. I'm gonna lean Chuba though. Gonna lean Chuba. And Bake said the homie traded DJ Moore for Nico and redraft. Thoughts? Well, if I was going through this like the normal, like the way that I've been doing this today, now that we have 7 weeks of information, this is a very good amount of information. And now we know like the remaining schedules and how good they are and, you know, things like that. So I would say that the Bears have the 5th easiest schedule moving forward. So even just like for wide receivers, so even just like removing names, Bears 5th easiest schedule. Let me see the Texans. Texans have the 12th easiest schedule. Now, thing that I notice about Nico's is week 12, really bad. Week 14, they have a bye, and week 15 and 16, really, really bad. Yeah. So, I mean, week 17 is fucking titties. They got the Ravens and they've been giving up a bunch. But yeah, really bad there. And let me go back to DJ. I want to score more. Literally, like, there might not be too many better playoff schedules than DJ Moore. They are at home for 2 of those games, and it could be windy as hell. The other one, they're going to be in a dome. And if we're just talking playoff schedules, let me see. Yeah, they have the 4th easiest playoff schedule for wide receivers. So I would have wanted to stay with DJ. I want to score more. That's what my thoughts are after going through all this. Alex, should I trade Montgomery for Puka? I don't really want to trade for Puka. Is that Bijan, Jacobs, Nico, Garrett Wilson? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to trade for Puka. I don't want to trade for him. No. Yeah, one thing that really sucks is the Tennessee Titans have the easiest schedule for wide receivers moving forward. So if Ridley's dropped, go pick him up. He has a shitty like schedules in week 9 and 10. Outside of that, it's just crazy how good it looks. But he plays Jacksonville twice, plays Washington, Cincy, Detroit this week. Alex, I like Puka because all the Rams rumors about trading Cup. I mean, Puka still has to get back out there. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Rams, they don't. I mean, I don't know. You're talking redraft, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't like it. I'd rather have Montgomery. I really would. Like the Lions, their schedule is pretty nice. I mean, well, I guess it's kind of middle of the road, but their toughest matchup on their schedule is week 18, and week 18 doesn't mean anything, to us. Yeah, I guess I got to I can take that information out of there too, so I don't even include that. All right. MT, how many first and seconds would it take to buy a top 10 wide receiver in Dynasty Superflex? Let's say mid to first seconds. Well, it depends on when you get rid of them. If you do it when I'm telling you to do it, because you're rebuilding this year, so you don't want to do it this year. You're like literally stacking, like all of those. And And you got to do it between the combine and, or I mean, let's say you can even say national championship to be safe. National, nah, not the national championship. I'm gonna go with my original thought is the what's it called, the combine through the NFL draft, because people love the idea of like they think they know everything about everything and where people are going to land and people will pay up. Once the draft happens, the your draft capital will lower on those draft picks a little bit. And then if you wait until after your draft, you know, then it's like, you know, or wait until the draft, like it depends on when your draft is. Because I remember 2023, so last year, I was able to get CD Lamb and JMO for 2 firsts and a second. Tell me when that's going to happen during a season. Never. And it was for a high-ass first pick. Or actually, no, I can't even remember if it was for a high-ass first pick or not. It might have been. I can't remember. But I know one was low out of those firsts. And it's because the guy had Amon Ra. Of course, I wanted Amon Ra more. But literally for my team, this one that I told you I went in full rebuild mode. Like either one of those guys tremendously changed my team. And like JMO, you know, he sucked last year. And so I was, and even all that, 2 firsts and a second for CD. I felt like I was still winning. But because I went into rebuild and there was a lot of guys. I came up like one of the trades that I made was this is funny. I traded Jeff Wilson and Mostert both like for a second round individually, independently. When you're rebuilding, do not trade away multiple players at once. You have to, if we're thinking of this as selling weed, you're gramming it all the way down because you have time. Everyone else wants to buy from you. So like the longer you can wait, you know, the better. So yeah, don't sell multiple pieces in a trade. If you're rebuilding, you want to sell each one for whatever you can get. If you can only get seconds, fine, build up those seconds because you could turn a couple seconds into a first. Easily can happen. And those seconds are great for throw-ins. People love the second rounders. And people don't care about giving up second rounders either. Like they'll just give them away a lot easier than a first. Dude, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's so long. Oh. I traded Madison for an early second and Dowdle for a second and a third, Jalen Wright for a second. I mean, it's good shit, dude. All those running backs could lose all of their value in the next year. Oh, you know, Madison is. Jalen Wright, you know, that's debatable, but either way, getting a second for him right now when I'm sure, I mean, you probably drafted him for a second, but his value could easily go down next year. It's not going up unless Brees isn't there, and I doubt that's going to be a thing. Then traded Andy Dalton and a fourth for an early second. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah, and the super flex where I picked up Andy Dalton and my team isn't doing that good. Actually, my team is doing that good, so I don't need him. People are being stingy with giving up any kind of picks. Like the only thing I got offered for Andy Dalton was a 5th and a 7th. I was like, nah, I gotta hold on that. I'll keep that depth. I don't, because that's IDP depth for us. We have 7 rounds because we have IDP. We have 18 starters. 19 starters. J Phil, who would you start? San Fran D. Going to buy next week, so I'm rostering Cincy D. Drop either for the Lions. Let's see. Because I like the Lions this week. That's my favorite. I don't know if you watched my defense, my streaming defenses. That's my favorite of the week is the Lions. But let's see. Three, and then who's the other one? Bengals. I'd probably be. It's crazy to say this. Like, I think I'd rather keep the Bengals because of the matchups. Crazy to say, right? But the matchups are going to be better, a lot better for Cincy than they are for the Niners. Like now through the end of the playoffs. And MT, too many seconds though. Package 2 for a first. Hell yeah, dude. That's you keep getting them. Like that's the whole thing. The whole second round could be yours, and then guess what? The second rounders are way more valuable because you got all of them. Nobody has any. So like that's what you got to remember. Get all the second rounds. Because yeah, you could probably turn 2 seconds into a first multiple times. Betcha. And Fantasy Dog, Puka listed is questionable for tomorrow. Well, yeah, but like anybody honestly think Puka is going to play tomorrow? Like, I don't think there's no chance in hell. Big said my best trade this year was likely for Bowers Dynasty after week 1. Sound the hype before. Sorry, Derek. Yeah, I mean, dude. I just made the best trade that I've made all year to a team that shouldn't have lost. That's 6-1 now. It's this rebuilding team that I talked about in 2020. 2 years ago, I went into rebuilding mode, and like last year, I was a pretender. Like I made it to the playoffs, but I was a first round exit. And then this year, oh shit, all bets are off, man. My team's killing it. We're 6-1. Took my first loss this past week, and I sent out a trade because it's like the last place team. Me getting Jefferson for a first and a second, and he accepted. And I didn't think that I was going to get that. I thought that there was going to be a back and forth, and I thought that that was my starting point. And just fucking crazy, dude. Just fucking crazy. And now I have a team that has CD and Justin Jefferson on it. And Chris and David said, congrats on the New York Liberty for winning the WNBA championship. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. The Aces weren't a thing, huh? What up, Nick? And Big Mac Brad, would you pick up and start Bo Nix over Geno or Goff? Let me see. Because I know, I mean, the Panthers, I mean, they're giving up like the 4th most points, right? So, I mean, it is a great matchup. Seahawks playing the Bills. I mean, Bills giving up like somewhat decent points the last couple. And then who the hell's Goff play again? Oh, yeah, the Titans. Yeah. And that's crazy, man. Like, if you take out, like, let's say you take out just week 1 from the Titans. Like, if you take out just week 1, they go from a team giving up. They go from a team giving up the 15th most points, or being 15th against the QB. Okay. First is like the worst matchup you can have. They're 15th. So like kind of right in the middle. But like if you take week 1 out, they go from 15 to 20. And like now they're like top 12 in giving up points, like to the quarterback. So I think that I would go with Goff after looking at that. Nick, are we scared about trading for Chuba? Let's see. So Panthers have the 27th easiest schedule now through the end of the playoffs. But it looks really bad. Like going just through the if we're just talking regular, the regular season. Yeah, it's the same thing, 29th. 29th easiest. Yeah, it is not. I don't. I wouldn't necessarily be wanting to trade for Chuba. No. Wilson, I haven't made a good trade all year. Alex T. Should I trade away Cup and Chuba for Gibbs? I don't know. Like maybe, but kind of sucks that you got Cup coming back right now, and now you'd be wanting to trade him away. Like that would kind of suck, man. And Fantasy Dog Jefferson for the first and the second, you fleeced the dude. I mean, man, I sent it to him thinking that we were gonna do the back and forth thing, man. Sean said Liberty won the championship based on a botched call. Bad look for the WNBA. Hilarious. And there's they're going to be like some big strikes from the WNBA players as well next year. Sean said Pittman, Sutton, Bigsby for my flex this week. Man, with Richardson, I can't play Pittman. You got to go Bigsby. It's professional women's basketball league. It's Caitlin Clark. They made a lot of money though this year compared to last. Sean, should I pick up Ayuk off waivers? He's done for the year. So if it's redraft, there's no reason. Yeah, MT. I've never watched WNBA in my life. I don't plan on it. It's funny. I actually went to a WNBA game this year in Vegas, and it was Caitlin Clark was coming to face the Aces, and just for shits and giggles, I went to go see like how much a single ticket would cost. And there were some expensive tickets, but I found one ticket for $40, and like every other ticket besides that was over $100, even in the same section. So I bought the $40 ticket and I went. I just took it as a sign, and it was all right. The Aces whooped up on them though. Johnny said WNBA still lost 40 mil this past season. Yeah, but that's not because of every team. I'm sure a handful of teams are dragging down the average. Yep, I'm still here, Crispy. I don't know how it happened, but yeah, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in now. Questions keep coming in. Let's see some super chats come in. Feed me super chats. Feed me energy right now. And Big Mac Brad, which two do I start? One wide receiver, one flex. JT, DJ Moore. DJ Moore's in. Waddle. Yeah, man, Waddle's in, dude. Look at Tyreek. I still got this up here because just to show it. If anybody needed to see it. This is what Tyreek said to his fantasy football peeps.
We're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. We're back, baby. Start me this week, baby. Let's go.
There we go. So Tyreek and Waddle, I feel like they've both been waiting so long, man, to eat. It's like the Phil Collins. They've been waiting all their life for this moment. And hey, Big Mac Brad with the super chat. You the man. We'll get one more bowl for that, and we'll see if anyone else wants to pay it forward with a super chat before I get out of here. And man, I've been telling you, in a little bit of my free time now, which there really isn't any. It's like when I'm waiting for something to download or whatever. In my free time, I've watched a few movies in the background. I've been watching The Purge recently. And what do you guys think of The Purge? I'm in number 2. I'd already seen number 2, but this year is a year for me just going through movies that I've never seen and franchises I've never seen all the way through. And so like Halloween, I've never watched every single Halloween movie. I watched every single Halloween movie except for number 3, the one that had nothing to do with Michael Myers. I watched the Friday the 13th until I couldn't take it anymore. I'm still probably gonna watch. I watched Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 2. Let me see. I watched all the Chuckies. Seen pretty much all. I didn't watch that new one though. Like nah. But yeah. Yeah, and so now I'm through the purge. Will said we need a purge in real life. Man, I'd be one of the people just bunkering down, man, to be honest. And so you said Waddle and DJ Moore. Yes, Waddle and DJ Moore out of those options. Yes. And Johnny, I like the concept of The Purge better than the movies that I've only seen the first one. Yeah, I mean, the second one, it just dives in a little bit deeper, right? The first one, I mean, the first one's like kind of like amazing if you think about it. Like, it's literally all taking place in that house. Like, that's like insane. Like, how often does that happen where literally the entire movie is like just taking place in one setting like that? Like, not everything could be Reservoir Dogs, you know? And so it's just like kind of insane. And the whole idea of what was happening, like outside, you know, everyone had to kind of paint their own picture of what was happening because this one instance was so crazy at this one house, you know. Number 2 is number 2 is crazy. I mean, it's I mean, you could almost think that they're like happening in the exact same year, but they're just in different parts of the because I don't even think there's any. Well, actually, I think there is. No, there's actually no characters that would like cross over from like either one of those movies. Will said Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Reavers is one of the best. Yeah, and seeing like that's the one that I was saving a little bit. I watched 1 and 2 already. How many Nightmare on Elm Streets are there? Like, I don't even know if I can make it all the way through, like all of those. And I know Vanessa likes the newer one. Also, we watched that. Yeah, I'm kind of mixed feelings like on that one. I like Freddy versus Jason though. That's like one of my favorites. And probably it's just because it caught me when I was like, I don't even remember when did that come out, like 2002 or some shit. I was like a junior, I think. And Mason said, what up, Jeff? He said Mason popped up on the injury report. If he can't go, should I start Guerendo or Bigsby? Even if Mason didn't go, fuck, man, would Guerendo be the guy? Like, this is the matchup versus the Cowboys, man. But Green Bay has almost been just as bad as like the Cowboys. Like, I'd probably going. I probably would be going Bigsby if he doesn't play, but that's still on Wednesday. We got to see what happens on Thursday and Friday's practice. So, even though I'm saying Bigsby right now, that doesn't mean that if he gets limited practice tomorrow and a full go on Friday, like it's Mason all the way, you know. So we just got to be paying attention to the injury reports. Will said you're not going to be able to start Bigsby because Mason plays in the late game. Mason will play. Yeah, I mean, it's Wednesday, so I mean, you know, everybody's popping up on the injury report today because it's the first day for injuries for going into week 8. So Wednesday is not a panic day. You could still make moves, you know, like go pick up Guerendo, you know, by all means, whatever, you know, but I'm just saying, like, we're not going to panic unless it's like a Thursday, you know, unless it's like a Thursday player that we need to make a decision on, like right on Thursday, you know, we'll just wait it all the way down to Saturday or Sunday. Whew. All right. Last one, guys. Here we go. Oh. God damn. All right. That's a good one to close it off to. 4 hours and 30 minutes. So I was going to say, it's safe to say I won't be coming on for a night show. It's like fucking 5 o'clock in the East Coast right now. So I won't be coming on for a night show. Not today. But we'll be back tomorrow like normal. And then we got Thursday night football as well tomorrow. Hey, if you guys need some squares, only $6.90. I'm telling you, it's a fun way to get some action on the game. Only $6.90. And there's going to be 3 $80 winners. There's going to be 4 $20 winners. And there's going to be the big winner of $180. So a lot of money going around and only costs you $6.90 to play. And it's just like the Super Bowl squares. If you've seen those, same concept. The score of the game determines who's the winner. And Giant said going through and putting a Debo on all these IRs hurts my heart. Fuck, man, he was doing so fucking good, dude. Man, I have him in so many leagues. He was one of those guys like that I fucking drafted 7th round. Because I always try in our leagues, I always try to get a couple 7th rounders. Like anytime I'm trading away, if I'm rebuilding, give me that 7th also. It's like, I need it. I need these extra IDP guys. Like, you fucking don't. This person that you're trading for is way more valuable than whatever backup IDP that you're going to get. And dude, I got a Debo in so fucking many leagues, man. So fucking many leagues. And Nick said, what do you think about Tank Dell? My buddy offered me Chuba for him, trying to fleece, but yeah, maybe we can make a package. Those 2 players being involved in the trade would make me not want to make a trade with that person. To be honest, like I don't want Dell. And I don't want Chuba so much that I don't want to trade Dell for him. That's what I mean. I would trade Dell. It just depends on for who. But if it's Chuba, like I want to say no, unless you need people for like the next couple weeks. But like Chuba's schedule looks like absolute shit. Like after you get past a couple games. So if you're trading him for the long haul and for the playoffs, you're hoping and all that, it's not going to help you at that time. Yeah, I said Tank's looking rough. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, you could probably use Tank plus someone else to get someone better than Chuba. Like, don't just trade just to trade. You know, like, I know that's probably like it probably is an upgrade, you know, Chuba to Dell, or Dell to Chuba. But we want to think best case scenario, like, as well. And best case scenario is you making it to the playoffs and you making it to the championship. And Chuba's not going to help you in those areas. And you only get one shot. You might only get one shot to make one more trade, like in this league, you know. So that's another thing too. I know, like, people should trade like it's the last trade that they can make in the league, because it'll make you think about the trade like way differently. What up, Frank? He says salute. He said, damn, 4 hours. 4 hours and 37 minutes to be exact. What Cleveland wide receiver you want, Judy or Tillman? I mean, kind of neither, but I feel like Tillman. I mean, with with Winston, maybe it's a little bit different. For sure. And PJ said, bro, you still going? He said, you're the Terminator of the fantasy streams. Bro, I don't know how it turned into a 4 hour and 37 minute stream, but here we are. Somehow, bro, somehow. So I'm not going live. I just said it, like, I'm not going live a little bit later. Sometimes we'll have the night stream. Today will be one of those days we do not have a night stream. And Nick said, I got Henry, Ramondre, Pacheco. Now Mondre hurt. Sketchy in the first place. Yeah. And Frazil said, oh shit, you weren't kidding about another 3 hours. See, like I said, did I not say it was going to happen? Did I not say it was going to happen? And Mondo says, should I trade Jaden Reed for James Cook? Said my RBs are Aaron Jones, Hunt, Mason, Pacheco. Wide receivers are Jefferson. I like James Cook's schedule. Yeah, like I feel like I almost would. Packers have a really good schedule too, but it gets rough from week 11 to week 13. Actually, let's see. I meant to do this. Yeah, Packers have the 6th easiest schedule for wide receivers. And the Bills have the 16th easiest schedule. Week 17 kind of sucks for Cook, but outside of that, it's week 11, 15, then he has a bye in week 12. Yep. Bryce Young starting. I picked him up in the only place that I could. All right. Whoo! 4 hours and 39 minutes. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him ball out. I mean, it's not, I don't know if it's a ball out game for him versus the Broncos. I don't think anybody's really balled out versus the Broncos. Let's go see. Yeah, the only person who can say he balled out versus the Broncos would be Geno in week 1. They've given up the second least points to wide receivers. Hell no, we're not plugging in Bryce Young for Zill. No. Mad Max, did you trade Brian Thomas Jr., 7-round keeper, for DJ Moore and James Cook? I said wide receivers, Brian Thomas Jr., T. Waddle. Man, I mean, I feel like that's like selling high on Brian Thomas Jr., and I would do it. Yeah, I would. Hell yeah. Frank, what do you think about Buffalo D? Who the hell do they play this week? Seahawks. I mean, I like the Buffalo D. Seahawks, I mean, outside of Atlanta, this past week, I mean, they've been kind of giving up some points to the team defense. Blue Jays traded Jacobs for DJ Moore, an 8th-round pick, redraft. I guess I don't know. I mean, I feel like Jacobs is like a little bit more valuable to your team than DJ Moore would be. That's what I feel. Because Hunt is like, him and Pacheco are like one and the same. Bigsby, I mean, who knows how long this is going to keep going up, but the figure report, I traded Ferguson and Mostert for ETN. Got Bowers 2-5, hoping to bounce back. I don't really know what the Jaguars' schedule is, but not good. Like this week versus Green Bay might be good, but then there's like a 4-week tear with the bye week mixed in where it's all real shitty. Teams for the running back to go against. And PJ said, man, after going through Twitter and every damn player I was limited yesterday, dude. That's why I haven't been doing the ticker like at the bottom. It's like, fuck, I just need to put every player like in the league like there. Frazil, thanks, man. This is something I forgot. The Texans, they signed Devin White. I think it was a good move. They probably got him for free. I don't know. Like, injury-wise, is there something wrong with him? I have no idea. Like, maybe it's just a cancer to the locker room for all I know. Like, I don't know. No idea what's going on. And I don't know how to pronounce this, but the person on Twitch, LHB, what up, what up? Should I trade Marvin Zay for CMC? I have CD, Adams, Waddle, Higgins, Puka, Bijan, along with Kyren. I wouldn't be opposed to it. No, I guess I probably would, especially now with Tua coming back. Yeah, I think I would. I mean, it's a big gamble. But yeah, I think I would. This is a redraft league, right? Not a dynasty. And figures the Jazz schedule is so bad, I imagine they'd pass a bit. I mean, they're going to have to. And so I imagine ETN is the preferred back in that case. Well, potentially, we don't know. We'll find out. And Nick said, would you trade? What would you trade for Chase Brown? Just looking for ideas. Not really sure. Carlos, what up, dude? Lost Godwin. Ouch. Picked up Otten, not sure if it was the right move. Yeah, it was the right move. Bad matchup for Laporta. Yeah, like you're trying to trade to receive Chase Brown, right? I mean, you got to go look, what does that team need that you're trying to trade with? Are they a losing team with if they're a winning team, would they even want to trade them? Frank said Waddle, Marv, or McConkey. Waddle. One more time. This is what Tyreek said to all his fantasy football goers. And I just say it speaks double for Waddle.
We're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. We're back, baby. Start me this week, baby. Let's go.
There we go. Hey, Marco, right at the last minute. Bro, I've been live for 4 hours and 44 minutes. You came in right at the last second before I get out of here. I'm just busting your balls. We'll be back, though. We'll be back tomorrow. And everybody, fantasyfootballhustler.com. That's where you can go link up with everywhere that I am on social media. And 420 Crew merch. Go get over there. Go buy a t-shirt or 2 or 5. They're only $20 a piece. And now what else? 420crew.com. Get over there to Patreon. You can go join for free. All righty. We'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Defense on me.
I don't want them to gain another yard.
You blitz all night. If they cross the line of scrimmage, I'm going to take every last one of you out. You make sure
They remember forever the night they played the Titans.
Here comes the